Hello, and welcome to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories. I'm your host, Nicki. Tonight, we're stepping into the quiet world of Brothers Grimm and other classic fairy tales, of mossy paths, hidden cottages, and glowing hearthfires deep within the woods. We'll journey through ancient forests, moonlit clearings, and timeless tales carried gently from one generation to the next. So wherever this evening finds you, I hope these stories bring you a little comfort. Settle in, get comfortable, and let the stories begin. There was once a small house standing at the edge of a great forest where 3 brothers lived with their aging father. The house had grown old along with him. Its roof leaned slightly beneath years of wind and weather. Ivy climbed one side of the chimney, and in the spring, the narrow garden beside the kitchen door filled with herbs that no one remembered planting. Bees drifted lazily among the blossoms there, and birds gathered each morning beneath the apple tree, as though the house had quietly earned their trust. The eldest brother thought very little of such things. He was strong, quick-tempered, and certain that most problems in life could be solved by moving faster, speaking louder, or forcing one's way through. The second brother admired cleverness above all else, especially his own. He liked quick answers, quick laughter, and very little waiting. If the eldest brother dismissed something, the second usually laughed at it. The youngest brother was different. His brothers called him Simpleton. They said that when he paused to move a beetle from a garden path before someone stepped on it, they said it when he scattered crumbs to birds in winter or stood too long watching rain gather on the leaves outside the window. "Simpleton," the eldest would say, shaking his head. "You concern yourself with foolish things," the second would add. But the youngest brother never argued. He simply noticed what others overlooked. He fed the old goat before breakfast. He gathered kindling without being asked. And when something broke, he mended it carefully rather than quickly. And though he spoke little, there was a quiet steadiness about him that made even difficult tasks seem less troublesome when he was near. One spring morning, after many weeks of rain, sunlight finally broke through the clouds. The eldest brother stood in the doorway and stretched. "Oh, I'm tired of this place," he announced. His father looked up from the hearth. "Tired?" "Yes," said the eldest. "There must be more to life than patching roofs and mending fences." The second brother nodded eagerly. "There are roads beyond this village," he said. "Towns, castles, and fortune." The eldest crossed his arms. "I mean to find mine." Their father was quiet for a moment. Age had slowed him, though his eyes remained thoughtful. "The world is wide," he said at last. "That is precisely the point," said the eldest. "But it's not always kind." The second brother laughed softly. "We shall manage." Their father rested his hands upon his knees. "There are places where pride opens no doors," he said, "and places where gentleness is remembered longer than cleverness." The eldest gave a small shrug. "I shall rely upon myself." "That," said the father quietly, "is what worries me." The youngest brother stood nearby, mending the handle of a basket. He listened, but said nothing. Adventure had never occupied his thoughts in the same way that it had his brothers. He didn't dream of riches or castles. Still, when he looked toward the forest beyond the fields, something stirred quietly inside him. Curiosity, perhaps, or wonder. By evening, the decision had been made. The eldest and the second brother would leave at dawn. They packed quickly: a loaf of bread, cheese wrapped in cloth, a flask of cider, spare stockings, a knife sharpened carefully near the fire. The youngest brother sat quietly nearby. At last he said, "I think I should come too." The room fell silent. The second brother laughed first. "You?" The eldest shook his head. "What would you do on the road?" The youngest considered this. "Walk." The second youngest smiled despite himself. "And perhaps rescue every beetle between here and the next kingdom." "If the beetle were in trouble," the youngest replied mildly, "it would seem unkind not to." The eldest groaned. "You see?" But the father looked at the youngest for a long moment, and then he nodded. "Let him come." The eldest frowned. "Father!" "Let him come." There was something firm in the old man's voice, something final. The eldest sighed. "As you wish." That evening passed quietly. The brothers slept while the rain tapped softly against the roof. Before dawn, the youngest awoke to find his father already seated near the fire. The house still held the hush of early morning. Outside, mist rested low across the fields. "You are truly going," the old man said. "I think so." His father nodded once. Then he reached into his pocket and held out something small. A little wooden comb, smooth with age. The pear wood had darkened over time from careful hands. "It belonged to your mother," he said. The youngest turned it gently in his fingers. "She used it when we kept bees behind the orchard." The youngest remembered them faintly. Golden hives near old apple trees. The quiet humming of summer afternoons. "She always said, honey should be taken with gratitude," his father said softly. "Never greed." The youngest slipped the comb carefully into his satchel. "Keep it," his father said. "Not because it's magic," a small smile touched his face, "but because sometimes remembering kindness is useful on the road." Outside, the eldest brother called impatiently. "Simpleton!" The second laughed. "The days grow old already." The youngest stood. At the doorway, his father placed one hand briefly upon his shoulder. "The world notices more than people think," he said quietly. The youngest nodded. Then he stepped outside. Mist drifted softly over the lane. The eldest brother stood waiting with clear impatience. The second adjusted his straps of his satchel. "At last," said the eldest. The road stretched ahead between dew-covered fields and hedgerows touched by morning light. The youngest glanced back once. His father lifted his hand in farewell. Then the three brothers set out together toward the forest. The eldest walked first, eager for fortune. The second followed close behind, already imagining grander things. The youngest came last, not hurrying, simply watching the morning awaken around him. A robin darted through the hedges. Sunlight touched the damp grass. And far ahead, where the forest waited in the deep green quiet, old enchantment stirred patiently among roots and branches, waiting for a heart gentle enough to notice them. The forest welcomed them slowly. At first, the trees stood wide apart, sunlight falling easily between their branches. Moss climbed the trunks like green velvet, and small white flowers opened shyly beside the path where the morning warmth had begun to reach them. The eldest brother walked quickly, too quickly for much noticing. He strode ahead as though fortune might disappear if he did not reach it first. The second brother followed near behind. "If we continue at this pace," he said, "perhaps we shall find the castle before supper." "Or at least a warm inn," said the eldest. The youngest walked behind them both. He didn't hurry, not because he wished to slow them, but because the world seemed full of things worth noticing. A squirrel darted across the path carrying something twice its size. Sunlight gathered in the tiny pools upon the fern leaves. Once, he stopped to watch a spider patiently mending the center of its web where the wind had torn it. The second brother noticed. "You've fallen behind again." "There was a spider," said the youngest. The eldest sighed deeply. "Of course there was." "It was repairing something." The second laughed. "And did it thank you for watching?" "Not yet," said the youngest mildly, "though perhaps it was busy." Even the eldest shook his head at that. Hopeless, he muttered. Still, they walked on. By midday, the air had grown warmer. Bird song drifted lazily through the trees, and the road narrowed into a quieter woodland path where roots crossed beneath their feet like old twisting fingers. At last, the eldest slowed. "We stop here." Ahead stood a clearing beneath an enormous oak tree. Its branches spread wide enough to cast cool shade upon the forest floor, where moss grew thick and soft between roots. The brothers sat. Bread was unwrapped, cheese divided. The eldest took the largest portion without asking. The second pretended not to notice, and the youngest said nothing at all. He had long ago learned that some things were easier to observe than argue with. And nearby, a robin landed upon a low branch. The second tossed it a crumb. The youngest smiled faintly. Then the second picked up a twig and struck sharply against the branch. The robin startled upward at once. The brothers laughed. "Poor foolish thing," said the second. "It trusted too easily," said the eldest. The youngest looked down at his bread. He didn't scold them. He simply wondered why startling something peaceful could seem amusing. When they rose to continue, the forest deepened. The air grew cooler beneath the thicker branches, and the path bent gently downward through the old roots in the soft earth rich with the smell of pine and rain. They had gone perhaps another hour when the eldest brother stopped suddenly. "Well now," he said. At the roots of a broad chestnut tree stood an anthill. It rose nearly to the youngest brother's knee, carefully built from pine needles, tiny twigs, grains of sand, and pieces of leaf carried one by one. Thousands of ants moved busily across the surface. Some carried food, others repaired small openings where the earth had shifted. All worked steadily, quietly, as though every tiny task mattered. The eldest nudged the mound with his boot. The second grinned. "Look at them hurry." The eldest pushed harder. Part of the anthill crumbled slightly. Immediately ants rushed toward the broken place. "Watch them scramble," said the second. The eldest laughed. "We could flatten the whole thing in a moment." The second looked around. "There are dry needles enough." He smiled. "We might smoke them out." The youngest felt something quiet inside him grow still. The ants continued working, unaware, patient, busy repairing what careless feet had disturbed. "No," he said softly. The eldest looked over. "No." "Leave them." The second gave a small laugh. "You wish to protect the ants now?" "They're doing no harm." "They're insects," said the oldest. "They are alive," the youngest answered. The eldest nudged the mound again with his boot. Another small piece collapsed. The ants rushed immediately to repair it. The youngest stepped closer, not hurriedly, not angrily. Only enough to stand between the anthill and his brothers. The second folded his arms. "You would stand guard over insects?" "If I must." The eldest brother looked at him for a long time, annoyed, hungry for movement, already impatient with delay. "You care more for ants than common sense." The youngest glanced down. One tiny ant struggled beneath a pine needle, too large for it. Another came, then another. Together they shifted it. "They've built something here," he said quietly. The eldest scoffed. "A pile of dirt." "A home." The second rolled his eyes. "Simpleton speaks for ants now." The youngest smiled faintly. They seemed busy. For a moment, no one spoke. The forest moved quietly around them. Leaves whispered overhead. Sunlight shifted softly across the mound. And the eldest sighed heavily. "Fine." He stepped back. "Let the creatures keep their little kingdom." The second tossed aside the branch he had picked up. "One day your softness will become troublesome." "Perhaps," said the youngest gently. "But not today." The eldest shook his head. "You are truly impossible." Yet he had already turned back toward the path, and the second followed after him with a visible annoyance. The youngest lingered only for a moment. He crouched down beside the anthill. Already the ants had begun repairing what had broken. Patiently, without complaint, he broke off the smallest corner of bread and crumbled it near the roots of the tree. "For the trouble," he said softly. A breeze moved through the branches overhead. The forest seemed strangely peaceful again. Ahead, the second brother called back, "Simpleton! You'll be making friends with squirrels next." The youngest stood. "If the squirrel were polite," he called back mildly. For the first time that day, the second laughed despite himself. Then the brothers continued onward beneath the sheltering trees, and beneath them, besides the roots of the old chestnut tree, the ants carried on with their careful work. Small lives, small kindnesses, quietly remembered. The forest thickened as the day went on. The broad woodland path narrowed into softer ground, where moss spread between roots and sunlight reached only in scattered pieces. Somewhere nearby, water moved unseen through stone, and now and then the breeze carried the scent of damp earth warming beneath spring light. The eldest brother walked quickly still. The younger complained more often. And the youngest continued noticing things. A patch of blue flowers hidden beneath thorny branches, a squirrel carrying an acorn too large for itself, the sudden silver flicker of fish deep within a narrow stream before it vanished again beneath shadow. By midday, their bread had nearly disappeared. The eldest frowned into the empty cloth. "We should have packed more." "You packed enough for yourself," said the second. The eldest ignored him. The youngest had wandered briefly from the path and now returned carrying something in the fold of his coat. Dark berries, small woodland strawberries, a handful of mushrooms. "These are safe," he said. The eldest looked doubtful. "You're certain?" "Yes." "How?" "Our mother taught me." That answer quieted him. Only briefly. Still, hunger has a way of making people less proud. Before long, the youngest had gathered enough for them all. Near a stream, he built a small cooking fire and showed them which mushrooms could be roasted and which should remain untouched. The berries stained their fingers dark purple. The mushrooms smelled warm and earthy. The eldest ate quickly. The second stretched afterward against a fallen log. "I believe," he announced, "that I may never eat again." "You were starving an hour ago," said the eldest. "That was before." The youngest smiled quietly. The forest, it seemed, had provided. When they continued walking, no one hurried much. The brothers were far too full for that. The path dipped lower through the tall trees, where evening had already begun gathering softly beneath the branches. At last, sunlight shimmered unexpectedly through the trunks ahead. Water. When they stepped through the clearing, they found a pond resting still beneath the lowering sky. It stretched wide and quiet, touched with gold with the last warmth of afternoon. Tall reeds swayed softly at the edges. Willow branches leaned lower over the water, and their pale spring leaves brushing gently against the surface. Dragonflies skimmed above the shallows like flickers of colored glass. The youngest stopped walking. "Oh," he said softly. The second lowered himself onto a fallen log. "This place is worth stopping for." The eldest sat nearby. "At least for a moment." The youngest wandered closer to the water. Then he saw them. Wild ducks. A small gathering drifted quietly near the reeds. Some floated side by side, others tucked their heads beneath their wings. One smaller duck followed another faithfully, paddling close as though reluctant to lose sight of it. The pond reflected everything. Clouds, branches, feathers touched softly with gold. The youngest stood watching. There was something deeply peaceful about them. Behind him, a sharp splash broke the quiet. The ducks startled suddenly. Wings fluttered, Ripples spread. The youngest turned. The eldest stood holding another stone. "Look at them scatter," he said. The second laughed and bent to gather one of his own. Again, a stone skipped across the water. The ducks hurried toward the reeds. "They frighten easily," said the second. "That makes it more amusing," said the eldest. The youngest frowned. They were resting. "They are ducks," said the eldest. "And frightened ducks are entertaining." The second tossed another stone lightly in his hand. "Tiny little things." "Not enough meat on one to bother with," said the eldest. "No," said the second. "Far too small, but amusing all the same." The youngest looked back toward the pond. The ducks had gathered close together now. The smallest tucked itself beside another, safe only because distance still remained. "No," he said quietly. The eldest sighed. Again, that tone. "No what?" "Leave them be." The second rolled his eyes. "You defend everything. They have done nothing." "They are birds," said the eldest. "They are alive," the youngest answered gently. The eldest shrugged. "They will forget by morning." The youngest stood quietly for a moment. The evening breeze moved softly through the reeds. The pond had begun turning silver beneath the lowering sky. "They are resting," he said softly, "and evening is coming." The second tossed another stone once in his hand and looked at the youngest, then toward the ducks. At last he dropped it. "You are troublesome." "Perhaps," said the youngest mildly. The eldest gave an annoyed breath. "One day you will choose a squirrel over your own comfort." The younger considered this. "If the squirrel were polite," he said. The second laughed despite himself, and the eldest shook his head. Hopeless. Still, no more stones were thrown. The brothers rested beside the pond while evening settled around them. The eldest sharpened his knife against a stone. The second leaned back against the fallen log. The youngest watched the water. Slowly the ducks drifted farther from the reeds again. The smallest one shook droplets from its feathers. Nearby frogs began their evening songs. The youngest reached quietly into the pocket of his coat. A few berries remained there from earlier. He crouched near the water and rolled them gently toward the reeds. One duck paddled cautiously nearer, then another. Not tame, only curious. The eldest watched with disbelief. "You feed them now?" The youngest smiled faintly. "I think they were startled enough for one evening." The second shook his head. "You belong in the forest." The youngest looked over at the water. "I don't think the forest minds." For a moment, no one said anything. The evening had grown very quiet. At last the eldest stood. "We move." The youngest nodded. Before leaving, he lifted one small hand toward the pond in silent farewell. One duck gave a soft sound in the evening air, almost thoughtful. Then the brothers continued onward beneath the trees, and behind them, beneath the sheltering reeds, the ducks settled once more into peace. Small kindnesses, the forest seemed to understand, were not easily forgotten. By the time the brothers left the pond behind them, evening had settled fully across the forest. The path grew dim beneath the trees, and the warm glow of day softened into silver blue shadows. Somewhere high overhead, birds settled into the hidden branches, while the breeze carried the cool scent of pine and damp earth. The eldest brother walked with growing impatience. "We should have gone farther." "We stopped because of the ducks," said the second. The youngest smiled faintly to himself, but said nothing. At last, when the forest had grown too dark for easy walking, the eldest stopped beside a clearing ringed with fir trees. "Enough." A fallen log rested near the center, and the ground lay soft with old pine needles. "We sleep here." The second dropped his satchel at once. At last! The youngest gathered fallen branches while the others rested. Soon a small fire crackled softly between them, warm and golden against the deepening dark. Above, the stars appeared one by one between the branches. The eldest stretched out near the fire.
We rise early.
You always say that, muttered the second.
And yet we always rise.
The youngest sat quietly for a while, listening to the forest around them. The fire murmured softly. Leaves shifted overhead. Far away, an owl called once into the night. Strange as the forest still was, he found he didn't mind sleeping there. It felt alive, as though even in darkness, the trees were quietly keeping watch. By morning, the air smelt washed and green. A light rain had passed some time in the night, leaving droplets resting upon fern leaves and moss. The eldest rose first.
We move.
The second groaned but followed. The youngest carefully scattered the ashes of the fire and covered them with damp earth before joining them on the path. Morning sunlight filtered softly through the trees. Wildflowers appeared more often now. White blossoms, tiny blue ones, golden flowers opening wherever sunlight touched the forest floor. And among them, bees. At first only one or two, then many, golden bodies drifting lazily between blossoms. The youngest slowed. Without thinking, his hand brushed against the satchel at his side. Inside rested the little pearwood comb his father had given him. He remembered his mother standing beside the old hives near the orchard. She'd never hurried among the bees, never frightened them. Bees remember kindness, she used to say. And once, when he had asked why she moved so gently, she had smiled. Honey should be taken with gratitude, she told him. Never greed. Ahead, the eldest suddenly stopped.
Well now.
At the edge of the path stood an enormous linden tree. High, within one hollow branch, hung a wild hive larger than the youngest had ever seen. Golden bees drifted steadily in and out of the opening. The sound of them filled the clearing. A soft humming, steady, peaceful, alive. The second brother tilted his head back.
There must be honey enough there for days.
At least, said the eldest. He glanced toward the forest floor. Dry pine needles lay gathered nearby. A fallen branch rested not far away.
We could smoke them out.
The youngest felt something inside him grow quiet. Again. The eldest had already begun gathering pine needles. The second crouched beside him. And no breakfast left, he said. A little honey would do nicely. There are berries still, the youngest said gently. The eldest sighed. Berries again? Enough to eat? The eldest shook his head.
You would choose berries over honey?
I would choose leaving them in peace. The second rolled his eyes. They're insects.
They're alive.
The eldest straightened.
One little fire beneath the hollow. The bees will leave.
The youngest stepped forward. Not hurriedly, not dramatically. Simply enough to stand between the tree and his brothers. Firm. Quiet. Certain. No. The eldest frowned.
You would stop us again?
Yes. The second crossed his arms.
Over bees.
The youngest glanced upward. The hive hummed softly in the morning warmth. Returning, leaving, returning again. Busy with their quiet work. Our mother kept bees once, he said softly. Neither brother answered. She said honey should be taken with gratitude. Never greed. The eldest gave a short laugh.
Then mother had less appetite than I.
The youngest met his gaze calmly. If you mean to smoke them out, he said gently, you must first move me. For a moment, no one spoke. The bees hummed softly overhead. Wildflowers stirred in the breeze. The eldest brother looked hungry, too tired, mostly annoyed.
And you would stand there all day?
If I must. The second shook his head. You are so troublesome. Perhaps, the youngest said mildly. But not today. At last the eldest dropped the pine needles back to the ground. Fine, the second laughed. There goes breakfast.
"There's enough in the forest," said the youngest quietly. The eldest shook his head. "One day your softness will cost you dearly." "Perhaps, but not today." The brothers continued down the path. The youngest lingered only a moment. He touched the smooth pearwood comb inside his satchel. Then, standing beneath the hive, he bowed his head ever so slightly, not because he expected anything in return, only because kindness, he thought, deserved kindness. One bee drifted lazily downward. It circled near him once, then returned to the hive. The youngest smiled, and somewhere, in the old hidden places of the forest, enchantment stirred once more, for kindness, quietly given, is rarely forgotten. The forest changed after the brothers passed the great linden tree. The path grew quieter, not silent exactly, but quieter, as though the woods themselves had begun listening. Birdsong faded, even the wind moved more softly through the branches overhead. By afternoon, the trees thinned at last. Sunlight opened ahead. The eldest brother straightened at once. "At last!" The second quickened his pace. "Perhaps we've finally found something worth all this walking." The youngest followed quietly behind. When they stepped beyond the shelter of the trees, they found themselves among the edge of an enormous garden, or what had once been one. Stone paths curved between hedges grown long and wild. Roses climbed untended over marble walls, blooming freely as though no gardener had touched them in years. Ivy climbed old fountains where the water stood perfectly still. And beyond it stood a castle. Tall towers rose pale against the afternoon sky. Sunlight gleamed softly across the high windows. Vines climbed the old stone, and though no smoke rose from the chimneys, the place did not feel abandoned. Only waiting. The eldest brother smiled. "Well," the second grinned. "Now this feels promising." The great iron gates stood strangely open. No guards watched them. No voices drifted through the gardens. Only stillness. The youngest hesitated. "There's something unusual here." "There's something wealthy here," said the eldest. And with that, he walked through the gates. The others followed. The garden lay quiet around them. Butterflies drifted lazily among the flowers. A gardener sat beside a hedge, sleeping. Or so it seemed. Yet even when the brothers passed near, he didn't stir. Inside the castle, the silence deepened. Candles burned in silver holders. Dust rested softly upon polished tables. Dogs slept near fireplaces. Servants sat motionless in chairs, as though sleep had found them in the middle of an ordinary task and simply forgotten to leave. The second lowered his voice. "I don't know if I like this place." "You liked it well enough outside," said the eldest. Then at the far end of the long table, they found someone awake. An old man sat alone beside a fire. His beard rested white against his chest, and his eyes looked tired in the way old mountains sometimes seem tired. He regarded them quietly. "You are late," he said. The brothers exchanged glances. "Late for what?" asked the eldest. "For breaking the enchantment." The old man gestured slowly around him. "This kingdom sleeps." The youngest looked carefully now. Not dead, sleeping. Every face peaceful, every room paused, as though time itself had simply stopped and forgotten how to move again. The eldest crossed his arms. "And how does one break it?" The old man studied him for a moment. "There are 3 tasks." At this, the eldest smiled. "Oh, good." "The first," the old man said, "must be completed before sunset." He pointed towards the gardens outside. 1,000 pearls belonging to the youngest princess were scattered through the moss and grass. The second frowned. 1,000? Every one must be found, the old man continued. If even one remains missing, he paused, the one who fails becomes stone. For a moment, no one spoke. The eldest laughed. That's all? The old man said nothing. The eldest straightened proudly. I shall finish by supper. The youngest looked toward the gardens. Wide, overgrown, the moss lay thick between roots and stones. Already you could see how easily something might disappear there. Brother, he said quietly, perhaps you should search carefully. The eldest waved him off. I need no advice. And with that, he strode outside. At first, the task seemed simple. A pearl gleamed beneath moss, another near a fountain, another caught in ivy. The eldest smiled. This is easier than I expected. Inside the castle, the second brother stretched comfortably near a fire. If he succeeds, he said, we shall all profit. The youngest stood near the window. Outside, he could see the eldest brother moving quickly through the gardens. Too quickly, searching with haste, missing corners, ignoring places where patience might have helped. The sun moved steadily downward. The pearls proved harder to find than expected. Some rested hidden beneath moss, others nestled deep among roots or beneath fallen leaves. The eldest grew impatient. He searched faster, looked less carefully. Twice he nearly stepped upon pearls he had overlooked. This is ridiculous, he muttered. The shadows lengthened. The light softened. At last, as evening settled over the garden, the eldest returned to the hall. His face had darkened with frustration. The old man looked up. Well, the eldest emptied his pockets. Pearls scattered across the table. Many, but nowhere near enough. This task is impossible, he snapped. The old man rose slowly. No, he said quietly. Only unfinished. Then, before anyone could speak, a strange stillness swept through the room. The eldest brother froze, only for a breath. Surprise crossed his face. And then, silence. In the space of a moment, where he had stood remained a figure of gray stone, perfectly still, hands half curled at his sides, expression unchanged. The second brother stepped backward. The youngest stared. The hall grew quiet once more. The old man lowered himself slowly into his chair. One task failed, he said softly. Outside, evening settled gently across the sleeping kingdom, and somewhere far beyond the castle walls, unseen in the deepening dusk, ants moved patiently through their little hidden kingdom beneath the roots of the old chestnut tree. Morning came softly to the sleeping castle. Golden light stretched through the tall windows and rested quietly across polished floors. Dust drifted lazily through the still air, glowing whenever sunlight touched it. Nothing else moved. The servants remained asleep where they sat. Dogs still rested before cold fireplaces. Even the clocks upon the walls stood silent, in their hands, unmoving. Only the man near the fire seemed awake, and the two remaining brothers, one quiet, one uneasy. The middle brother stood staring at the stone figure of his elder brother. He circled it once, then folded his arms. Well, he said at last, that seems rather extreme. The youngest said nothing. His brother's expression hadn't changed. Still impatient, still certain, only now, silent. The middle brother shook his head. He should have searched more carefully. The old man lifted his eyes. He was warned. The middle brother frowned. Yes, yes. He glanced toward the tall windows. 1,000 pearls in a garden is hardly fair. The youngest thought quietly of moss, roots, small hidden places, patience. Still, he said nothing. At last the middle brother straightened his coat. Well then, he gave a small smile. I suppose the matter belongs to me now. The old man nodded. The second task must be completed before sunset. He rose slowly and led them through the castle. Long halls stretched silent around them. Portraits watched from tall walls. Sleeping servants rested beside cold fireplaces. At last, they stepped outside. Beyond the gardens lay a lake. It rested smooth and still beneath the morning sky, ringed by willow trees whose branches dipped low across the water. Dragonflies skimmed quietly over the surface. White flowers floated near the reeds. Everything about the place felt peaceful. The old man pointed toward the center. The key to the princess's chamber lies somewhere beneath the water. The middle brother blinked. The entire lake? The old man nodded. You must find it before sunset. And if I fail, the old man's expression didn't change. You already know. The middle brother looked toward the lake again, then laughed once. A single key. He rolled up his sleeves. This should hardly take an hour. The youngest glanced toward the still water. The lake seemed deeper than it first appeared. The surface reflected the clouds so perfectly that it felt difficult to tell where the sky ended and water began. Brother, he said quietly, perhaps you should search slowly. The middle brother sighed. You worry too much. And with that, he stepped into the water. At first, confidence carried him easily. He searched near the shore, then farther out. He peered beneath the surface, reached into the mud, turned over stones. Still nothing. By midday, annoyance had replaced confidence. He searched faster, more carelessly, splashed through reeds, muttered complaints beneath his breath. How can one key disappear into an entire lake? The youngest sat quietly beneath a willow tree. He watched dragonflies drift above the water. Ducks glided quietly near the far reeds. Somewhere overhead, birds moved through the branches. The lake itself seemed patient, unhurried, as though time mattered very little here. The middle brother grew more frustrated. He searched one side of the lake, then the other. He blamed the water, the mud, the task, the old man. At one point, he kicked a stone into the shallows so sharply that nearby ducks scattered. This is impossible, he muttered. The youngest looked toward the ducks. The same quiet stirring touched him again. The feeling that kindness mattered somehow, even here. Then the sun lowered. The light softened. At last, soaked and irritated, the middle brother climbed from the water. The old man stood waiting near the shore. Well, he asked. The middle brother spread his hands. There is no key. The old man regarded him quietly. No, he said softly. There was only no patience. The middle brother frowned. That's nonsense. Then, the air grew strangely still. The youngest felt the quiet change all around him. His brother looked suddenly uncertain. No, now wait, a moment. But already the stillness had reached him. In only a breath, where he had stood remained a figure of gray stone. Hands half raised in protest, expression frozen somewhere between annoyance and disbelief. The lake grew quiet once more. The youngest stood alone beside the water. Two brothers, two choices, two still figures waiting in silence. The old man sighed softly. Two tasks failed. The youngest looked over to the lake. Evening gathered gently among the reeds. Nearby, ducks drifted quietly across the silvering water. One smaller duck paddled faithfully beside another. The youngest smiled faintly. Then very softly he said, Well, I suppose it's only us now. And somewhere, upon the quiet water, something small seemed to stir. Morning came quietly once more to the sleeping castle. Golden light stretched through the tall windows and rested softly across the polished floors. Dust drifted lazily through the still air, glowing whenever sunlight touched it. Nothing else moved. The servants remained asleep where they sat. Dogs still rested before cold fireplaces, and even the clocks rested upon the walls stood silent, their hands unmoving. Only the man near the fire seemed awake, and the youngest brother, alone. For a while he stood quietly in the great hall. One stone figure stood near the garden door, the other near the lake-facing windows. His brothers, still, silent, waiting in the strange, unmoving way stone waits. The youngest rested his hands briefly against the cool stone sleeve of the middle brother. "I wish things had gone differently," he said softly. Then after a moment, "But you were warned." He didn't speak it unkindly, nor sad exactly, only truthfully, for he had loved his brothers in the way one loves difficult people, with patience and hope, and even when they made poor choices. At last he turned toward the fire. The old man already waited there. "You may leave if you wish," the old man said quietly. "No shame follows those who turn back." The youngest brother thought for a moment. Outside the tall windows, morning rested softly over the sleeping gardens. Beyond them lay the forest, the long road home. His father waiting beside the fire, the little house near the woods. But something, quiet inside of him, settled. "No," he said gently. "I think I should like to finish." The old man studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. "The tasks remain unfinished." He rose slowly. "Come." First they walked to the gardens. The morning dew still rested upon the moss where the eldest brother had searched so impatiently. The old man gestured quietly. "1,000 pearls," he said. "Every one." The youngest looked across the wide garden. Moss spread thick beneath the hedges. Roots twisted beneath old trees. Tiny white glimmers disappeared easily among the leaves and shadow. He knelt, carefully, patiently, and then the earth stirred. At first only slightly, a movement near the roots of a chestnut tree, then another, and another. The youngest blinked. Ants. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. They moved in shining little lines through the moss, carrying tiny pearls one by one. Some balanced them overhead. Others worked together where roots tangled thickly. The youngest smiled softly. "Oh," he whispered. The old man watched without surprise. The ants came steadily, quietly, patiently, as though they had always expected to return. Before long, the final pearl rested gently beside the brother's young hand. He bowed his head slightly. "Thank you," he said. The ants continued their work a little longer, then disappeared quietly into the garden once more. "The first task is finished," said the old man. Next, they walked to the lake. Morning sunlight shimmered softly across the still water. Willow branches bent low over the shore. "The key," said the old man. The youngest nodded quietly. The lake rested wide and still before him. "It seems very large for one small key," he admitted. The water remained calm. Then a soft ripple moved through the reeds. A duck emerged. Then another, and another. The same small gathering he had once protected beside the pond. The youngest smiled. "Well," he said softly. "Hello again." The smallest duck paddled nearest. Then, with surprising determination, disappeared beneath the water. One by one, the others followed. The youngest waited quietly. No rushing, no demanding, only trust. At last, the smallest duck surfaced again, something gleaming gently in its beak. A silver key. The youngest laughed softly in surprise. "Oh my goodness!" He reached carefully toward the water. The duck placed the key near his hand. "Thank you," he said gently. "I truly mean that." The ducks lingered only for a moment, then drifted quietly back toward the reeds. "The second task is finished," said the old man. Together, they returned to the castle. The silver key turned softly within an old lock. At last, the princess' chamber opened. 3 sisters lay sleepily peaceful among embroidered beds. Golden afternoon light rested softly across the room. They looked so alike, it seemed impossible to tell one from another. The old man spoke quietly. "Before falling asleep, each princess tasted something different." He gestured toward them. "One tasted sugar, one tasted syrup, one tasted honey." He paused. "The youngest princess tasted honey." The youngest brother stepped closer. The sisters looked identical. Same hair, same peaceful expressions, same folded hands. He frowned gently. "I don't know how anyone could tell." "You must choose correctly before sunset," said the old man. "And if I choose wrong," the old man's expression remained kind. "You already know." Then he turned and left the room. The chamber grew quiet. Outside the windows, afternoon softened slowly toward evening. 3 sisters, 3 choices. No answer. The youngest sat quietly near the window. For a while he simply listened to silence, to the distant sound of wind moving softly through the garden below. Then, with a small sigh, he smiled to himself. "I suspect," he said softly into the quiet room, "that this may be beyond me." And then, through an open window, came a familiar sound. Soft, steady, a gentle humming in the evening air. The youngest looked up and smiled. "Oh," he whispered softly, "you." The soft humming grew nearer. Golden evening light drifted through the open window, warming the quiet chamber where the 3 sleeping princesses rested so peacefully. The youngest brother remained seated. He didn't rush to the window, didn't call out, only waited. And a moment later, a bee drifted gently into the room. Then another, then several more, small golden bodies humming softly in the evening air. At last, one settled upon the edge of the window, larger than the others, graceful somehow, calm. The youngest smiled faintly. "Well," he said softly, "I had hoped it might be you." Without thinking, his hand brushed lightly against the satchel at his side. The little pearwood comb rested still there, his father's gift, his mother's memory. The queen bee lifted briefly into the air, then circled around him, not hurriedly, almost thoughtfully. The youngest stood slow. "I wonder," he said quietly, glancing toward the sleeping sisters, "if perhaps you know something I do not." The bee hummed softly, then drifted toward the princesses. The room grew still. Golden light rested gently across embroidered blankets. Outside, evening birds called softly in the garden below. The queen hovered near the first sleeping princess. For a moment, she lingered, then lightly touched the princess's lips. Only briefly, then drifted away. Next came the second sister. Again, the queen bee hovered. Again, she touched gently at the sleeping lips, then moved on. The youngest stood very still. The quiet of the room seemed to deepen all around them. And at last, the queen bee drifted toward the third princess. She hovered there longer, touched the princess's lips once, then again, and at last settled softly upon her shoulder. Still, certain, the youngest smiled. "Oh," he said softly, "you've decided. The queen bee remained where she was. The youngest bowed his head ever so slightly. "Thank you," he whispered. Then he turned. The old man stood waiting quietly in the doorway. "I believe," said the youngest gently, "that the youngest princess is this one." The old man looked toward the bee, then nodded once. "You are correct." For one quiet moment, nothing happened. Then the castle stirred. Not suddenly, not violently, but gently, like waking. Somewhere below, a clock began ticking. Softly. Then another. The great stillness seemed to loosen from the walls. A fire crackled awake downstairs. Voices stirred faintly through the distant halls. Outside, birds lifted suddenly from the garden hedges. The sleeping princesses breathed deeper. And slowly, their eyes opened. The youngest stepped back. The third princess blinked softly in the fading light. For a moment, confusion crossed her face. Then wonder. "The enchantment," she whispered. Her sister stirred beside her. Beyond the chamber, footsteps echoed through the halls. Doors opened, voices rose, the castle awakened, and the old man smiled quietly. "It is finished." The youngest looked toward the window. The queen bee had lifted once into the evening air. The others followed after her, disappearing into the soft gold light outside. He smiled. "Thank you," he said again. The third princess rose slowly from her bed. Her voice remained soft. "And you stayed." The youngest considered this. "I suppose," he said gently, "I simply kept trying." The princess smiled, and somewhere below, bells began ringing softly through the castle towers. The sleeping kingdom had awakened at last. Yet, in the great hall below, 2 stone figures still stood, waiting in silence. The youngest glanced toward them. For the first time, the old man's expression softened. "Not all enchantments break at once," he said quietly. The youngest looked again at his brothers, still, silent, and waiting. And though he couldn't yet say what morning might bring, he found himself hoping that they had learned something during their long stillness. Outside, evening settled softly across the kingdom, and somewhere beyond the open window, bees drifted home through the fading gold of sunset. Morning arrived differently now. Not quiet, not sleeping. The castle had awakened. Sunlight spilled warmly through the long windows, while voices drifted softly through the halls. Servants moved once more, carrying fresh flowers and warm bread. Dogs wandered sleepily near fireplaces, as though unsure why such a long nap had ended. The youngest brother stood near the great hall windows. For the first time since arriving, the clocks ticked steadily once more. The kingdom had begun breathing again. Yet 2 figures stood quietly near the hearth. His brothers. Silent, stone, the youngest rested one hand lightly against the cool sleeve of the middle brother. "Well," he said softly, "I suspect you've had quite enough standing." Behind him came the slow sound of footsteps. The old man approached quietly, though somehow he no longer seemed quite so old, or perhaps only less burdened. "The enchantment has lifted," said the youngest gently. The old man nodded. "Most of it." The youngest looked again towards his brothers. "They are still here." "Yes." The old man's gaze softened. "Not all lessons arrive quickly." For a moment, the youngest said nothing. Then, "Will they remain this way?" The old man folded his hands. "No." The youngest felt something loosen quietly inside of him. Not exactly relief. Something gentler. Hope, perhaps. "But," the old man continued, Standing still has a way of teaching what hurriedness cannot. Morning sunlight rested softly across the stone figures. They were not cruel beyond repair, he said quietly. Only careless. The youngest nodded. That felt true. Careless with creatures, careless with patience, careless with kindness, but not beyond hope. The old man stepped forward. He rested one hand lightly against each stone shoulder. The room grew silent, strangely quiet. Softly, almost like frost melting in spring, the gray stone faded. Color returned. Breath returned. Movement. The eldest brother blinked suddenly. The middle brother stumbled quietly where he stood. Both looked around in confusion. The eldest frowned. What happened? The middle brother rubbed his arms. Why do I feel as though I slept standing up? The old man said nothing for a moment, only looked at them. You were given time, he said quietly. The eldest looked embarrassed, though only slightly, and the middle brother avoided everyone's eyes. Neither seemed eager to speak of it. The youngest smiled faintly. It is good to see you. The eldest cleared his throat. Yes. Well, that seemed enough for now. By afternoon, the kingdom had fully awakened. Music drifted softly through the halls, long tables filled with food. The three princesses walked through the gardens once more, sunlight catching softly in their hair. The youngest princess spent much of the afternoon near the youngest brother. They spoke quietly between the fountains, walked slowly through the rose gardens, and discovered, to both their surprise, that neither minded silence very much. The elder brothers watched from a distance. The eldest shifted awkwardly. The middle brother rubbed the back of his neck. At last, the eldest approached one of the elder sisters. She smiled politely, kindly, but only after a few moments wandered away again. The middle brother fared a little better. The princesses were gracious, warm even, but something quieter remained between them. A distance not unkind, only honest. Trust, it seemed, had not yet arrived. The old man found the brothers later that evening. Kindness, he said quietly, is not something one earns all at once. Neither brother laughed. Neither rolled their eyes. For once, they simply listened. In time, the youngest brother chose to remain in the castle. Not because it was grand, though it was, and not because he had broken the enchantment, though he had, but because peace lived there now, and because wherever he walked beside the youngest princess, things somehow felt quietly easy. The elder brother stayed for a while, long enough to help repair broken garden walls, long enough to walk more slowly than before, long enough that neither found much joy in frightening small creatures anymore. And when at last they returned home, the road somehow felt longer than they remembered. Perhaps because they noticed more. The eldest paused once to step carefully around an anthill, though he pretended not to. The middle brother tossed crumbs near a pond and acted very annoyed by it. When at last the little house beside the forest came into view, their father stood waiting near the doorway, older somehow, but smiling. You've returned, he said softly. We have, said the eldest. And for the first time in many years the brothers stood together quietly beneath the evening sky, while supper warmed inside. The forest rested peacefully nearby. Bees drifted lazily near the garden herbs. Birds settled themselves for the night. And if the world seemed softer than before, perhaps it was only because kindness, once noticed, becomes difficult to overlook. And so, in time, the youngest brother married the youngest princess, and the kingdom flourished. The elder brothers made quieter choices than before, and though they were never again quite as certain of themselves, they found this troubled them less than expected. For life, it turned out, felt gentler when walked thoughtfully. And somewhere, Beyond the castle gardens, beneath old trees and beside quiet water, small creatures carried on with their quiet lives, still remembering kindness. And if stories are to be believed, perhaps kindness remembered them too. At the edge of a great forest, where the trees grew thick and old and the paths turned soft beneath fallen leaves, there stood a little cottage with a thatched roof and small bright windows. It wasn't a grand house. No carriage road led to its door. No stone wall guarded it from the wind. It stood simply and quietly where the meadow ended and the woods began, with a narrow garden before it, a well beside it, and 2 rose trees growing near the threshold. One rose tree bloomed white in its season. The other bloomed red. By late autumn, the blossoms were gone. Only the dark stems remained, bending gently in the cold, while a few stubborn leaves still clung to their branches, reluctant to surrender to winter. Beyond the cottage, the forest was changing. The high branches had thinned enough to reveal the pale evening sky between them. Birds moved softly from limb to limb, seeking shelter before nightfall. The air carried the scent of damp earth, fallen leaves, and the faint sharpness that comes just before snow. And from the cottage chimney, a ribbon of smoke drifted quietly into the still air. Inside, it was warm. A small fire glowed upon the hearth, not large, but carefully tended. Firelight moved softly across the wooden floor, climbed the worn edges of the table, and flickered against shelves where bowls and cups rested neatly side by side. Above the coals, a kettle murmured gently to itself. Near the fire sat the mother of the house. She was a quiet woman, with kind eyes and hands that had known both work and tenderness. In the evenings, she often settled near the hearth with mending in her lap, stitching by candlelight while the wind moved softly around the cottage walls. She had very little in the way of riches. No silver cupboard stood in her kitchen. No fine carriage ever came to her door. And yet, in many ways, she possessed a kind of wealth that even the richest houses sometimes fail to hold. A warm hearth after a cold day, a table where everyone was welcome, hands eager to help, and the quiet comfort of being deeply loved. The blankets were folded, the bread was wrapped in a clean cloth, and the herbs gathered in summer hung drying from the beams. And though the cottage was small, it carried the feeling of a place where love had been practiced so faithfully that it had become part of the walls themselves. Her 2 daughters were there with her. They were called Snow White and Rose Red, after the rose trees growing beside the cottage door. Snow White sat near the window, where the last pale light of the evening still lingered against the glass. She was winding a length of wool carefully into a neat ball, her hands moving slowly so the thread wouldn't tangle. There was a stillness about her, a thoughtful quiet that made ordinary things feel peaceful in her care. Rose Red sat near the hearth, sorting kindling into a basket. Every so often, she looked toward the fire, or toward the window, or over at her sister, as if the world was always offering her one more thing to notice. She wasn't restless, only bright-hearted. Where Snow White noticed the hush before snowfall, Rose Red noticed fox tracks beside the garden gate. Where Snow White loved the quiet of twilight, Rose Red delighted in the first evening star. Yet they belonged easily to one another. They had never learned to envy the gifts others carried. Snow White's calm made room for Rose Red's warmth. Rose Red's warmth drew laughter from Snow White's quiet. And their mother, watching them by the fire, often thought that each daughter carried one half of the same gentle light.
In daytime, the sisters helped with whatever needed doing. They swept the cottage floor, gathered kindling from the edge of the woods, fetched water from the well. In warmer months, they filled their aprons with berries and gathered herbs for drying. Sometimes they carried bread to an elderly widow farther down the lane, especially when storms had made the roads difficult. The forest was not a strange place to them. They knew where violets first appeared in spring, which stones stayed dry after rain, and the hollow tree where the squirrels tucked away acorns, and the fern-covered place where the deer sometimes stood quietly at dusk. The wild creatures of the woods didn't fear them as they feared the others. Birds sometimes fluttered near Snow White as she scattered crumbs. Once a small hare had rested beneath the garden bench while Rose Red whispered to it as if speaking to an old friend. And more than once, when the sisters walked home carrying bundles of gathered wood, a young deer had lifted its head from the trees and watched them pass without running away. Their mother never encouraged foolishness. She taught them to be careful with rivers after rain, careful with unfamiliar paths, careful of storms that arrived faster than expected, and careful of believing one knew the forest better than the forest knew itself. But she also taught them that fear was not the same thing as wisdom. Kindness, she sometimes told them while fastening Rose Red's shawl or brushing a leaf from Snow White's sleeve, must keep its eyes open, but open eyes need not make a closed heart. The sisters remembered this. They remembered it when they found a bird with an injured wing and carried it home wrapped gently in wool. They remembered it when a hungry stray dog wandered near the garden and their mother shared scraps from the supper pot. And they remembered it now, as winter pressed nearer and the nights grew longer, when the world beyond the cottage seemed full of small, unseen creatures searching for warmth. That evening, the first snow began to fall. At first, only a few flakes drifted quietly past the window. Then, more followed. Soft, slow, steady. Before long, the garden path had turned pale, and the two bare rose trees stood dark against the growing white. Rose Red rose first and crossed to the window. "There it is," she said softly. Snow White joined her. Together, they stood watching the snow settle over the little world that they loved. The well, the narrow garden, the winding path disappearing towards the woods. Behind them, the mother stirred the evening soup and placed 3 bowls upon the table. The cottage filled with the scent of broth and herbs, with firelight and quiet, with the soft, settling sounds of a familiar home at day's end. Outside, winter was arriving. Inside, all was warm, and none of them knew yet that before the season had passed, something from the deep heart of the forest would come knocking at their door. Winter settled fully over the little cottage at the edge of the forest. The days grew shorter now, and evening arrived earlier than anyone expected it to. Snow White gathered quietly along the narrow path, softened the meadow beyond the garden, and settled like white velvet upon the roof of the cottage until the world outside seemed wrapped in silence. Inside, however, life moved in its familiar and comforting ways. The mornings began with firewood carried carefully inside before cold grew sharpest. Porridge steamed upon the table while pale daylight slowly pressed across the windows, and the sisters wrapped themselves in woolen shawls before beginning the small duties of the day. Snow White swept the floor or helped her mother with the sewing near the fire. Rose Red gathered kindling when the weather allowed, and often returned with cheeks pink from the cold and the stories from the fox tracks near the garden gate, or birds she had spotted sheltering among the fir trees. And as evening came, the little house always seemed to soften. The kettle murmured quietly above the hearth. Candles glowed low against the gathering dark. Soup simmered gently,
filling the rooms with warmth and the scent of herbs. The cold remained outside where it belonged. And one evening, not after the long season's first heavy snowfall, the weather changed. All afternoon the wind had wandered restlessly through the trees, stirring loose snow from the branches and sending pale clouds drifting across the woods. By nightfall, however, the storm had grown stronger. The trees bent and sighed beneath its passing, and the sound of the wind moved through the forest with a strange voice, sometimes low and distant, sometimes rising suddenly as though the woods themselves had begun whispering to one another. Inside, the sister sat close to the fire. Rose Red had a basket of chestnuts beside her, and turned them now and then, so they roasted evenly near the hearth. Snow White sat nearby, carefully mending the worn cuff of one of her mother's sleeves, while the candlelight rested softly across her hands. Their mother sat in her usual chair, with sewing in her lap. For a time, no one spoke very much. They had never minded quiet in that house. The fire had its own familiar sounds, the kettle another, and beyond the walls, the wind seemed more than willing to fill whatever silence remained. At last, Rose Red glanced toward the darkened window. "I wonder where the creatures go in weather like this," she said softly. "The poor things must be freezing." Snow White looked up from her stitching. "The deer likely shelter beneath the fir trees," she said, "and foxes are clever enough to find hidden places." "Yes," Rose Red said, though she still looked toward the storm. "But I always wonder, where are the smaller ones?" Their mother smiled gently. "Winter teaches every creature how to seek warmth," she said. "Even the wildest among them." Almost at once, a strong gust of wind swept against the cottage. The shutters rattled. Something brushed heavily against the wall outside. Rose Red startled and gave a small laugh. "Oh, for a moment," she said, pressing her hand to her chest, "I thought something had knocked." Before anyone answered, there came a sound. Not loud, only a faint scraping against the door. Snow White lowered her sewing. The room grew still. The sound came again, slow, but heavy somehow, as though something large had shifted against the wood. "Perhaps a branch," Snow White said quietly. Rose Red tilted her head. "In weather like this?" For a moment, there was nothing. Only wind, only firelight, only the soft hiss of snow brushing the wind. Then, a knock, firm this time, clear enough that none of them could mistake it. Rose Red looked quickly toward her mother. Snow White rose from her chair. Outside, the storm pressed close around the house, wrapping the cottage in cold and darkness. Another knock followed, quieter this time, though no less certain. Their mother calmly folded her sewing in her lap. "Well," she said, as though nothing in the world were unusual, "whatever soul stands outside in the weather like this ought not be left waiting." Rose Red hesitated. Snow White stepped closer beside her sister. Together, they crossed to the door. Slowly, Rose Red lifted the latch. At once, cold air rushed inside. Snow swept briefly across the floor. The candle flames trembled, and standing just beyond the threshold was a bear. Rose Red gave a startled cry and stepped back at once. Snow White caught hold of her arm. The creature was enormous. Snow clung thickly to his dark fur, and ice glimmered faintly along the long hairs around his neck and shoulders. He seemed far larger standing there than any creature had a right to be, his broad shape nearly filling the doorway while the storm moved endlessly behind him. Yet, what startled the sisters most was not his size, nor even the wildness of him. It was the expression in his eyes. He didn't growl. He didn't bare his teeth. He simply stood there, quiet and still, as though exhaustion had followed him all the way from the deepest part of the forest. For one long moment, nobody moved. Then their mother rose. To the sisters' astonishment, she showed no fear at all. Instead, she looked carefully at the creature standing in the snow and said, in the same voice she might have used for an unexpected traveler, "Well now, you look half frozen." Rose Red turned quickly. "Mother!" But the mother only laid a calm hand upon her arm. "No creature should be turned away in weather such as this," she said softly. "Not if it comes peacefully." The bear remained standing where he was. Snow melted slowly from his fur onto the threshold. The wind moved around him. Still, he did not step forward. It seemed, somehow, as though he had not expected kindness. "You may come nearer to the fire," their mother said gently, stepping aside. "If you mean no harm, you are welcome to warm yourself." For another moment, the great creature remained perfectly still. Then, slowly, carefully, he stepped inside. Snow White quietly shut the door behind him, and all at once the storm seemed farther away. The bear paused uncertainly near the hearth. Their mother pulled a thick rug a little closer to the warmth. "There now," she said. "You may rest here." To the sisters' amazement, the bear lowered himself beside the fire with a weariness, with a heaviness of someone who had traveled very far in bitter weather. Steam rose faintly from his damp coat as warmth slowly returned to him. For a while, no one said very much. Rose Red stayed close beside Snow White. Snow White remained quietly watchful. And together, they studied the strange visitor resting in their home. The firelight moved softly across his dark fur, and outside, snow drifted endlessly through the woods. At length, Rose Red leaned closer and whispered, "He doesn't seem frightening now." Snow White watched the great creature resting quietly beside the fire. "No," she said softly after a moment. "He seems—" She hesitated, searching for the right word. Then quietly, "lonely." And somehow, though neither sister could quite explain why, the cottage no longer felt strange with him there, only fuller, as though winter itself, wandering cold and weary through the forest, had quietly come to rest beside their fire. The next morning, when Snow White opened her eyes, she lay still for a quiet moment, listening. The storm had passed some time before dawn, leaving the world wrapped in that deep winter hush that sometimes follows heavy snowfall. Pale morning light rested softly against the windows. Somewhere, outside, snow slipped from a branch and fell with a muffled sound into the garden below. The fire upon the hearth had burned low in the night, though faint warmth still lingered in the room. And then she remembered the strange knocking, the dark shape standing in the storm, the enormous bear lying beside their fire as though winter itself had wandered in, cold and weary, seeking shelter. Snow White pushed herself quietly upright. Across the room, Rose Red was already awake. Her hair had slipped loose during the night, and her bright eyes were fixed toward the hearth with a sort of delighted amazement she rarely bothered to hide. "He's still here," she whispered. Snow White followed her gaze. The bear lay sleeping upon their rug that their mother had drawn near the fire the evening before. He had curled himself as neatly as such a great creature could, though even resting, he seemed far too large for the little cottage. One broad paw rested near the ashes, and his breathing came deep and slow, rising and falling with such steadiness that somehow the room itself felt calmer for it. In daylight, he looked different, still enormous, still unmistakably wild. Yet now the storm no longer stood beside him. There seemed to be less fierceness in him than weariness. Their mother was already awake, kneeling beside the hearth and coaxing life back into the coals. When she noticed the sisters watching, she smiled softly. "Quietly now," she said. He has likely slept little these past nights. Rose Red slipped from the bed almost at once, curiosity already pulling her forward. Snow White followed more slowly. The bear didn't stir. Only one ear twitched faintly when the kettle began to murmur above the fire. Rose Red pressed her lips together to hide a smile. "He hears everything," she whispered. Snow White felt herself smile too. Her fear from the night before had not vanished entirely, but it had softened around the edges into something gentler. Wonder, perhaps, or pity, or simply the strange feeling that comes when something unfamiliar begins, little by little, to feel less frightening than expected. When the bear finally woke, he lifted his great head slowly and blinked as though surprised to find himself still beside Warmth. For a brief moment, nobody moved. Their mother rose calmly from her chair. "Good morning," she said, as naturally as though speaking to any ordinary guest. The bear looked at her, and then, to the astonishment of both sisters, he answered. "Good morning," he said, his voice deep and quiet, carrying the rough warmth of the distant thunder softened by snow. Rose Red's mouth fell open. Snow White blinked, but their mother only nodded, as though speaking bears were surprising, certainly, but no reason to forget one's manners. "Well," she said, "then you may as well stay for breakfast." The bear lowered his head slightly, whether in gratitude or simple tiredness, neither sister could tell. After that moment, the bear began returning often. At first, he came only when the storm swept hard through the forest, appearing at the cottage door after sunset with snow gathered thickly upon his shoulders and frost caught in the fur around his neck. He never entered uninvited. Instead, he waited patiently outside until someone opened the door, as though even a creature as large as he understood that warmth was something offered, not taken. Their mother approved of this very much. "A polite guest," she once said quietly, while brushing snow from the doorway after he entered. "That is rarer than one might expect." Rose Red laughed softly at this and looked toward the bear. "You hear that?" she asked him. "You are being complimented." The bear made a low sound deep in his chest that might have been amusement. At least, Rose Red insisted it was. Before long, the sisters grew accustomed to helping him shed the forest before he came fully into warmth. When he arrived, the snow piled along his back, and dark ice clinging to the fur at his shoulders. Rose Red would stand upon the hearth rug and pat the snow gently from his coat with both hands. "You cannot bring the whole winter inside," she would tell him. The bear stood patiently beneath her care, great and still as the dark tree in a forest. Now and then, he gave her a slow shake that sent loose snow tumbling onto the floorboards, in spite of all her efforts. Snow White would fetch an old cloth to wipe the wet places near the door, and before long, she too found herself smoothing the thick fur beneath his shoulders, where the cold lingered longest. The bear never seemed to mind. If anything, he stood more quietly beneath their hands, as though such simple kindness was rarer than warmth itself. Rose Red, as everyone would have expected, grew comfortable with him first. She had always trusted warmth when she found it. She spoke to the bear easily, asking endless questions about the woods beyond the places she and Snow White knew best. Was the snow deeper farther north? Did foxes truly sleep beneath tree roots during storms? Did the owls mind the cold? Sometimes the bear answered. Sometimes he only listened. And sometimes, when Rose Red asked far too many questions without pause, he lowered his head into his paws and closed his eyes as though gently excusing himself from the conversation. Rose Red would laugh then. "Oh, very well," she would say. "I see you've grown tired of me." Snow White came to know him differently. She spoke less. Instead, she noticed things. She noticed how carefully he moved through the cottage so as not to disturb anything, despite his size.
She noticed that he always paused near the door to shake snow from his fur before stepping fully inside, as though reluctant to bring too much winter in with him. And she noticed that whenever their mother told stories in the evening, the bear listened with an attentiveness that felt strangely human. Sometimes, after Rose Red had drifted to sleep beside the fire and their mother folded away her sewing for the night, Snow White remained awake a little longer. She would sit near the hearth while the flames settled lower and speak softly into the quiet. Not about anything grand, only small things. How still the woods had seemed that morning, where the first violets would bloom when the spring eventually returned. How the rose trees beside the cottage looked beautiful even now, bare beneath the snow. The bear rarely answered, yet somehow Snow White never minded. He listened in a way that made silence feel companionable rather than empty. And over time, she began to feel that perhaps he understood far more than he ever chose to say. As winter deepened, the bear slowly became part of the rhythm of the house. The sisters found themselves listening for his knock during storms. Rose Red often glanced toward the window when the snow grew heavy. Snow White gently wondered whether he had found shelter on nights he didn't come. And whenever he arrived, the cottage seemed somehow fuller, as though another steady heart had joined the evening. There were nights when the wind moved fiercely through the trees and snow pressed thickly against the windows until the world outside disappeared altogether. On those evenings, the sisters sat close behind the hearth where their mother mended clothes and stirred soup, and the bear stretched comfortably near the warmth. The firelight moved softly across his dark coat. The kettle murmured. The wind wandered harmlessly outside, and together they passed the long winter evenings in quiet contentment. Once, after a snowfall so deep that the garden gate could scarcely be opened, Rose Red wrapped herself in her cloak and declared that she would clear the path before supper. Snow White doubted she would get very far. The mother doubted it too. Still, Rose Red marched outside carrying a broom nearly as tall as herself. She had gone only a few determined steps when the snow gathered halfway to her knees. The bear, who had arrived before dawn and still lingered near the doorway, watched for a long moment. Then, without warning, he lumbered past her into the garden. With several broad sweeps of his great paws, he cleared more snow than Rose Red had managed in all her efforts. Rose Red stood perfectly still, gripping her broom. "Well," she said at last, trying very hard to sound dignified, "that hardly seems fair." The bear glanced toward her, then gave one deep, rumbling huff. Snow White laughed, a clear, quiet laugh that surprised even herself. For a brief moment, the bear's expression shifted in a way that she could not explain. Not smiling, for a bear could barely smile, and yet he seemed pleased. So winter passed. Not quickly, for winter never passes quickly when one is living gently inside of it. It passed through candlelit evenings and steaming bowls of soup, through snow gathered upon windowsills and mittens drying beside the fire, through quiet stories told near the hearth while the storms wandered endlessly through the woods. And somewhere, among all those evenings, without anyone speaking of it aloud, the bear stopped feeling like a visitor. He had become, in some strange and quiet way, part of the household itself. Not family exactly. Something gentler, something harder to name. A companion to winter, a steady presence beside the fire. And when storms gathered over the forest, the sisters no longer wondered whether he would come. Instead, they found himself quietly hoping that he would. Winter never leaves all at once. Even after the worst of the cold had passed, the forest still held tightly to its silences. Snow lingered in the shaded places near the trees, and pale frost sometimes silvered in the garden in the early morning, only to disappear again beneath the gentle warmth of the afternoon sunlight. Yet, little by little, the world began to change. Water dripped steadily from the edge of the cottage roof. The path near the well softened beneath their feet, and the brook, silent so long beneath the covering of ice, began once to speak in quiet voices through the woods. And though the rose trees beside the cottage stood bare, Rose Red was certain she had seen the smallest swelling of buds along their branches. "Not yet," Snow White told her one morning, smiling as they stood near the garden gate. "Soon," Rose Red insisted. Inside the cottage, life moved gently onward. Yet something, though neither sister spoke of it at first, had begun to feel different. The bear still came. He settled near the hearth after snowy evenings, still listened while the mother mended clothes and told stories beside the fire, still accepted Rose Red's cheerful scolding whenever she brushed snow from his coat. "You cannot bring all of winter inside," she told him one evening, patting loose snow from the thick fur along his shoulders. The bear stood patiently beneath her hands. Snow White smiled from nearby as she spread an old cloth near the door to catch the melting dampness. But even so, something had changed. The bear had grown quieter. Sometimes he stood for long stretches at the window, gazing toward the forest as if listening for something only he could hear. Sometimes his eyes lingered upon the trees beyond the garden, long after the evening stories had ended. And more than once, Snow White woke in the night to find the place beside the hearth empty, only to discover deep tracks in the snow the next morning, leading back towards the woods. "He seems restless," Rose Red whispered one evening after the bear had gone strangely silent beside the fire. Snow White nodded. Their mother folded her sewing carefully into her lap. "Spring stirs many things awake," she said quietly, "even hearts that have rested through winter." The sisters said nothing to this, yet both felt a small uneasiness they could not quite explain. For the first time since the bear had come into their lives, they found themselves wondering, not whether he would arrive, but whether one evening he might not. The answer came sooner than either wished. One evening, when the sky still held the pale gold of early spring sunset, and the air smelled faintly of thawing earth, the bear arrived, later than usual. The sisters knew at once that something was different. He didn't settle comfortably near the hearth. He didn't stretch himself upon the rug. Instead, he stood quietly near the fire, though his attention seemed fixed elsewhere. Rose Red looked up from her sewing. "You're strange tonight," she said softly. The bear turned his great head toward her. Snow White, sitting nearby, felt something tighten quietly in her chest. At length, the bear spoke. "The winter has sheltered me here," he said. His deep voice seemed gentler than usual somehow. "And your kindness has given me more peace than I expected to find." Neither sister spoke. The room had grown strangely still. Even the kettle seemed quieter. "But spring has come," the bear continued, "and I must soon return to the forest." Rose Red lowered her sewing at once. "Return?" she said quickly. The word escaped before she could soften it. The bear lowered his head gently. "There are things hidden beneath the earth, treasures buried deep, safe beneath winter frost. But when the ground softens, there are greedy hearts that would steal what does not belong to them." Snow White listened quietly. There had always been something hidden inside of him, something sorrowful, something waiting. "And you must guard them?" the mother said gently. "Yes," the bear answered. No one spoke for a while. The fire shifted softly. Outside, water slipped somewhere from the roof and fell into the garden below. Rose Red looked down at her hands. "When will you return?" she asked at last. The bear was quiet for so long that Snow White feared he might not answer. "I don't know," he said softly. Something inside Rose Red's face changed then, though she tried very hard not to show it. Snow White looked toward the hearth, toward the place where he had slept through the storm after storm,
and suddenly the room felt smaller than it had before. Their mother reached quietly for her sewing once more. "It is the way of the seasons," she said gently. "Winter keeps us close. Spring asks us to trust what must wander." Snow White thought this sounded wise, yet wisdom did not make leaving easier. That evening passed more quietly than usual. Rose Red spoke less. Snow White found herself watching the bear whenever she thought he wasn't looking. And though no one said it out loud, the warmth of the cottage suddenly felt fragile somehow, as though they all understood something precious had already begun slipping gently toward goodbye. The next morning dawned bright and soft. Mist rested low over the meadow. The snow had nearly vanished from the garden path, leaving dark earth beneath. The 2 rose trees beside the door stood bare still, though tiny green signs of life had begun quietly returning to their branches. The bear waited near the threshold. Rose Red stood beside him first. She laid both hands against the thick fur near his shoulder. "You were never a burden," she said quietly. The bear lowered his head toward her. Snow White stepped closer. She imagined this moment before and found herself strangely unprepared for it. "You made winter feel less lonely," she said softly. The bear looked at her with such quiet sadness in his eyes that for one brief moment Snow White thought he might say something more. Instead, he bowed his head slightly. Their mother stood in the doorway behind them. "You will always find warmth here," she said. The bear remained still for a moment, as though carrying those words carefully somewhere inside himself. Then slowly, he turned toward the woods. The sisters walked with him as far as the edge of the garden. The forest beyond looked different now than it had in winter. Dark earth showed through the melting snow. Birds moved through the branches again. Somewhere nearby, unseen water hurried over stone. At the edge of the trees, the bear paused. Rose Red lifted a hand. Snow White stood very still. And for a long moment, he looked back at them. Then, without a sound, he disappeared into the forest. The sisters stood watching long after he was gone. "It feels quieter," Rose Red said at last. Snow White nodded. "Yes, it does." Still, spring had arrived, and the world was waking whether hearts felt ready or not. So in the days that followed, the sisters returned once more to their walks through the woods. The streams ran brighter now. Wildflowers began appearing cautiously among the moss. Bird song returned in gentle pieces. And though both sisters sometimes found themselves glancing between the trees, hoping without meaning to, they walked onward all the same. For life, like spring itself, had begun moving quietly forward. And one morning, not far from the brook where they often wandered, the sisters came upon something very strange indeed. Spring came more fully into the woods with each passing day. The snow withdrew into the shaded hollows first, lingering beneath the dark fir trees and along the northern sides of stones, while the sunnier places softened into damp earth and new green. The brook that had murmured beneath the ice all winter now ran freely over the stones, bright and quick, carrying little pieces of leaf and twig along the way. The sisters walked often there. At first, they went quietly. Rose Red, who usually had a word for everything, sometimes paused beside the path and looked into the deeper forest as though half expecting to see a dark shape moving between the trees. Snow White noticed, because Snow White noticed most things. But she didn't speak of it at once. Some absences were gentler when left unnamed. Still, the woods were lovely in spring, and little by little, their hearts began to open with the season. Birds returned to the branches. Ferns uncurled beside the stream. Tiny flowers appeared in the moss, so small that Rose Red insisted one had to crouch low and look with respect in order to see them properly. One morning, when the air smelled of wet leaves and new grass, the sisters followed the brook farther than they had gone since winter. They had brought a basket for early herbs, though there were still more hopeful leaves than useful ones. Rose-Red walked ahead, pushing aside the low branches with her hand, while Snow-White followed more slowly, watching where the ground grew soft near the water. Then Rose-Red stopped. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Snow-White listened. At first, she heard only a brook, the birds, and the soft stirring of the branches overhead. And then came another sound, a sharp, irritated little voice somewhere ahead in the trees. It wasn't calling for help. Exactly. It was scolding. Rose-Red's eyebrows lifted. "That sounds like someone very angry with a tree," she said. They followed the voice along the brook until they came to a place where the old birch had split near the base. There, beside the trunk, stood the strangest little man either sister had ever seen. He was scarcely taller than a child, with a wrinkled face, bright dark eyes, and a long white beard that fell nearly to his knees. He wore a little pointed cap, a coat the color of bark, and boots so small and finely made that Rose-Red stared at them for a moment before remembering her manners. The little man's beard had become caught fast in the split of the tree. He pulled and twisted and stamped his tiny feet, muttering furiously at all the while. "Wretched wood, miserable branch, treacherous forest," he snapped. "Never in all my years has a tree behaved so badly." Snow-White stepped forward at once. "Are you hurt?" she asked. The little man spun toward her as far as his trapped beard would allow. "Hurt?" he cried. "Do I look as though I'm enjoying myself?" Rose-Red pressed her lips together. Snow-White gave her smallest warning glance. "We can help you," Snow-White said gently. "I should hope so," the little man grumbled. "Don't stand there like two carved dolls. This beard is not ornamental shrubbery." The girls came closer and examined the place where the beard had caught. It had slipped deep into the crack of the birch, twisted round a splintered piece of wood, and tightened there so firmly that each tug only made the little man cry out louder. Rose-Red tried first to loosen it with her fingers. The dwarf flinched. "Careful! Careful! You have no understanding of fine hair." "I'm trying," Rose-Red said, with more patience than she felt. Snow-White knelt beside the tree and worked quietly at the knot. She moved slowly, easing one strand and then another, but the beard had caught too deeply. At last she looked up. "I don't think we can free it without cutting a little." The dwarf's eyes widened. "Cut it!" he cried. "Cut my beard? My beautiful beard? My magnificent beard?" Rose-Red glanced at the tangled white strands trapped in the birch. "It is either that," she said, "or stay here until the tree changes its mind." The little man glared at her. Snow-White took the small scissors from her sewing pouch. She carried them often for gathering herbs, and now she opened them carefully. "I will cut only what I must," she promised. The dwarf groaned as though she had offered to cut down half of the forest. But when Snow-White snipped the trapped end of the beard, the little man sprang free at once. He stumbled backward, clutched the short tip of his beard in both hands, and stared at it with horror. "My beard!" he cried. "My poor beard! You clumsy girls have ruined me." Rose-Red blinked. "We freed you," she said. "You hacked at me like woodcutters," he snapped. Snow-White rose slowly, folding the scissors back into her pouch. "I am sorry I had to cut it," she said, "but you were trapped." The dwarf did not appear to hear her. He snatched up a small sack hidden behind a tree, a sack neither sister had noticed before. It made a faint clicking sound as he dragged it into view. Rose-Red looked at it curiously. "What's that?" The little man pulled the sack closer at once. "None of your business," he said sharply. "Greedy eyes everywhere I turn. First trees, now girls." "We don't want your sack," Snow-White said. "I should hope not," the dwarf muttered. "It's mine." With that, he hoisted it over his shoulder with surprising strength for someone so small, and began hobbling away through the moss. After a few steps, he turned back. "And next time," he called, "keep your scissors to yourselves." Then he disappeared beyond the tangle of the young trees, still muttering about ruined beards, foolish girls, and the disgraceful habits of birches. For a moment, the sisters stood in silence. The brook hurried beside them as though nothing unusual had happened at all. At last, Rose Red let out a breath. "Well," she said, "the bear was certainly easier to help." Snow White looked toward the place where the little man had vanished. Then, despite herself, she smiled. He was more grateful, too. Rose Red laughed softly, though there was a little ache in it, too. They gathered their basket and turned back toward the path, leaving the split birch behind them. Yet, as they walked home through the brightening woods, Snow White found herself thinking of the little sack and the sound that it had made when the dwarf dragged it from behind the tree. A faint clicking, like coins, or stones, or something hidden. She didn't say so aloud. Not yet. The morning was too lovely for uneasiness, and Rose Red had already crouched beside the path to admire a cluster of small blue flowers opening bravely in the moss. So Snow White only paused beside her sister, and together they looked at the tiny blossoms while sunlight moved gently through the trees. Still, somewhere deeper in the forest, the strange little man was carrying his secret away. Spring settled more deeply into the forest as the days passed. The woods no longer felt half asleep as they had in early thaw. Ferns unfurled beside the brook. Moss grew brighter along fallen logs. Birds called from the branches overhead with such cheerfulness that even quiet mornings seemed somehow full. The sisters had returned to their old habit of wandering the woodland paths whenever the weather allowed. They gathered herbs where they found them, stopped to admire the wildflowers, and sometimes sat beside the brook simply to listen to the water moving over the stone. Yet now and then, though neither spoke of it often, both still found themselves glancing toward the deeper woods. The bear had been gone several weeks. Sometimes Rose Red thought she caught sight of a dark shape moving between the trees, only for it to vanish when she looked again. Snow White still listened on stormy evenings. Those storms grew fewer as spring warmed. The cottage remained warm, still lovely, still home. Yet there was, from time to time, a quiet feeling of someone missing. One morning, after a soft rain in the night, the sisters followed the brook farther downstream than usual. The air smelled of wet leaves and damp earth. Sunlight slipped through the trees in pale ribbons, and the water moved swiftly beside them, brighter now than it had been all winter. Rose Red had just begun explaining why she believed robins must surely think themselves far more important than other birds, when a sharp voice echoed through the trees. "Oh, leave off! Leave off this instant!" The sister stopped. A moment later came another sound, splashing, complaining, and what sounded very much like furious muttering. Rose Red looked at Snow White. "No," she said softly. Snow White's mouth twitched beside herself. "I believe so." They followed the sound around the bend, into the brook, and there, standing upon a smooth stone near the rushing water, was the little man, or rather, hanging beside the rushing water. His long white beard had become tangled fast around the fishing line, and at the other end of it, some determined creature beneath the water tugged with astonishing force. The dwarf stumbled and flailed wildly. "My beard!" he shouted. "Not the beard of all disgraceful creatures!" A fish splashed hard beneath the water. The line jerked. The dwarf slipped dangerously near the edge. Without hesitation, Snow White hurried forward. "Careful!" she called. The little man turned and saw them. To their astonishment, he looked offended. "You again?" he snapped. "Must you appear everywhere?" Rose Red folded her arms. "You seem to have an unusual talent for needing help." Another hard tug nearly pulled him into the stream. The dwarf yelped. "Well," he cried, "are you going to stand there and talk while I'm being carried off?" The sisters hurried closer. Snow White tried to loosen the tangled line, but the beard had twisted tightly around it. Rose Red braced herself against the stone and grabbed hold of the dwarf's sleeve before the next strong pull sent him tumbling into the brook entirely. "Honestly," Rose Red muttered, struggling to keep her footing, "for someone so small, you're a remarkable amount of trouble." "I heard that," the dwarf snapped. Snow White tried patiently to untangle the knot. The fish pulled again. The beard tightened. At last she sighed quietly. "I'm afraid." The dwarf's eyes widened at once. "No," he said quickly. "No." "You know exactly what I'm about to say," Snow White replied gently. "My beard has only just recovered," he cried. Rose Red looked at the tangled mess and then at the rushing water. "I think," she said reasonably, "the fish has different plans." The dwarf groaned miserably. Yet another hard pull nearly sent him headfirst into the stream. "Oh, very well," he cried at last, "but only the smallest bit. Very smallest." Snow White took out her scissors once more. Carefully, apologetically, she clipped only the trap strands. At once, the dwarf stumbled free. The fishing line snapped loose. The unseen fish vanished downstream as though greatly pleased with itself. The little man staggered upright, clutching his shortened beard with both hands. "My poor beard," he cried. "It was drowning you," Rose Red pointed out. The dwarf ignored this entirely. Instead, he hurried toward a cluster of stones nearby and dragged out something hidden beneath them. This time, it wasn't a sack. It was a small chest. The sisters exchanged a glance. When the dwarf lifted the lid to inspect it anxiously, sunlight flashed suddenly across something bright inside. Gold. Perhaps jewels, too. It was difficult to tell. The dwarf snapped the lid shut at once. "What are you staring at?" he demanded. "We weren't staring," Snow White said. "You looked very interested," he muttered suspiciously. Rose Red blinked. "You were nearly pulled into the river." "Yes, and whose fault is that?" he grumbled. "The fish?" Rose Red offered. The dwarf glared at her. Then, gathering his tiny chest tightly against himself, he gave an irritated sniff. "If people would simply leave me alone, none of this would happen." Snow White looked at him quietly. "You don't seem especially alone." The dwarf frowned as though this were somehow offensive too. With that, he gathered his things and marched off through the forest, muttering all the while about troublesome fish, meddling girls, and the terrible condition of modern forest. The sister stood beside the brook, listening to his voice grow fainter. At last, Rose Red let out a long breath. "I am beginning to think," she said carefully, "that he may simply enjoy being unhappy." Snow White laughed softly. "Or perhaps," she said, "he doesn't know what else to do." Rose Red glanced toward the deeper woods. "The bear never behaved that way." "No," Snow White said quietly, "he never did." For a little while they stood listening to the brook. Sunlight moved softly over the water. Somewhere overhead birds sang among the branches, and though the woods had grown greener and brighter with spring, the sisters could not shake that feeling that the strange little man carried some trouble larger than his beard. Nor could Snow White forget the glimmer inside the tiny chest. Gold, jewels, secrets, something hidden, something guarded. The morning remained beautiful all the same. So at last the sisters gathered their basket once more and followed the path home through the flowering woods, though both found themselves wondering, if only quietly, whether this would truly be the last they saw of the strange little man. By late spring, the forest had changed once again. Leaves now moved softly overhead where the bare branches had once stood against the winter sky. Wildflowers brightened the woodland floor in pale blues and soft whites, and the brook, no longer restless with snowmelt, wandered gently through the woods as though content simply to sing to itself. The sisters still walked there often. Though spring had softened many things, neither had quite forgotten winter. Sometimes Rose Red still paused at the sound of movement among the trees, her heart lifting foolishly before she remembered. Sometimes Snow White, on stormy evenings, still found herself listening for a familiar knock upon the cottage door. The cottage remained warm, still lovely, still home. Yet now and then it felt as though someone quiet and steady had stepped away from the fire and not yet returned. One bright morning, the sisters wandered farther into the woods than usual, gathering herbs and blossoms where sunlight lingered longest beneath the trees. Rose Red had just begun to gather a handful of flowering thyme growing between warm stones when there came a voice, sharp, cross, very familiar. "Mind where you step. Must everything in this forest seek to trouble me?" Rose Red slowly looked up. Snow White lifted her eyes from the brook nearby. For a moment, neither spoke. Then, "No," Rose Red said softly. Snow White smiled despite herself. "I believe so." Following the sound through the trees, they soon came upon a small clearing warmed by sunlight. And there, to neither sister's surprise, stood the little dwarf, or rather, hurried anxiously back and forth. Before him lay several heaps of glittering treasure spread carefully upon the moss. Coins flashed brightly in the morning light, jewels gleamed in little piles, chains of gold and silver rested upon a cloth spread neatly over the roots of an old tree. The dwarf moved nervously among them, counting and rearranging. "This one here," he muttered. "No, there. Too bright, too obvious." Every few moments he glanced anxiously into the forest. He had not yet noticed the sisters. Rose Red folded her arms. "He appears no happier surrounded by treasure," she whispered. "No," Snow White said softly, "only more worried." At that moment, the sudden shadow swept overhead. The dwarf gave a cry. Before either sister fully understood what had happened, a great bird swooped sharply downward through the clearing, its talons catching in the dwarf's coat and beard. The little man shrieked. "Not again!" The bird struggled upward, dragging him awkwardly over the ground. Without hesitation, the sisters rushed forward. Snow White caught hold of the dwarf's coat, while Rose Red freed the tangled beard from the root that it had caught fast against. The startled bird gave one angry flap of its wings, and at last released him, soaring back into the trees. The dwarf tumbled into the moss. "My coat!" he cried immediately. "Look at my coat!" Rose Red blinked. "You were nearly carried away." "And who asked you for interference?" he snapped. Snow White gently brushed the leaves from his sleeve. "We only wished to help." "Well, help less," he muttered bitterly. The sisters exchanged a glance. Neither seemed especially surprised any more. At last, the dwarf scrambled toward his treasure, gathering coins anxiously into little piles. Then, the forest grew still. A branch shifted softly somewhere beyond the clearing. The birds fell suddenly quiet, and from the shadows, between the trees, the bear stepped forward. He moved without hurry, without sound. Dark fur gleamed beneath the filtered spring light. For one suspended moment, the whole clearing seemed to pause. Rose Red drew in a deep breath. Snow White felt warmth rush unexpectedly through her chest. The bear. He had returned, and though the spring woods surrounded him now instead of snow, he was unmistakably the same. The dwarf saw him at once. All color drained from his face. "Oh no," he gasped. At once he rushed forward and threw himself upon the ground before the bear. "Dear bear," he cried desperately, "spare me, spare my poor life." Then pointing wildly toward the sisters, he added, "Take these two girls instead. Young and tender flesh is surely better than nasty old fellows such as me." For one startled heartbeat, even the wind seemed to grow still. Rose Red stared at him. Snow White could scarcely believe what she had heard.
After everything, after every kindness, this little man would hand them over without a second thought. The bear said nothing, not a word. He simply looked once toward the sisters, and in that quiet moment, neither felt afraid, not even a little, because somehow they knew whatever happened next, he would not let harm come to them. The dwarf backed frantically away from his treasure. "Take the gold," he cried. "Take the jewels. Take anything." Still, the bear said nothing. He moved swiftly. The struggle ended almost before it began, and when it was over, the forest settled quietly once again. Birdsong returned overhead. Leaves stirred softly in the breeze. The strange little man, who had carried so much bitterness through the woods, troubled no one any more. For a moment, nobody moved. Then, something wondrous began to happen. The great dark shape of the bear shimmered faintly in the morning light. The sisters stood perfectly still. The fur seemed to fall away like shadow lifting from water, and where the bear had stood, there now stood a young man. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in garments finer than any the sisters had ever seen, though worn by hardship and time. Yet what startled them most was not the richness of his clothing, nor even the wonder of what had happened. It was his eyes, kind, steady, quietly familiar. Rose Red pressed her hand to her chest. Snow White felt suddenly as though winter had stepped softly back into the clearing. "The bear," Rose whispered. The young man smiled gently. "Yes," he said softly. "The bear." Then he told him his story. He was a prince, he explained, and the wicked dwarf had long ago stolen his treasure and bound him beneath an enchantment, forcing him to live as a bear until the dwarf's power had finally ended. Only during winter had he safely walked near others, hidden beneath snow and darkness. Only then had he found shelter and kindness. As he spoke, the sisters listened quietly, yet even while wonder filled the moment, neither could stop looking for traces of the bear they had known. Snow White noticed the gentleness in his voice. Rose Red recognized the quiet steadiness in the way he stood. And suddenly, though the shape before them had changed, something inside them softened, because they understood. They had not truly lost the bear. He had come back to them after all. And somehow, he no longer looked lonely. For a little while after the prince had finished his story, the sisters simply stood in the quiet clearing, listening. Sunlight moved softly through the leaves overhead. The brook wandered gently nearby. And though spring birds still sang in the branches, everything somehow felt changed. Not in a frightening way, only in the strange, quiet way that the world sometimes changes after wonder has stepped suddenly into ordinary life. Rose Red looked at him first, not at the fine clothes, not at the prince he claimed to be, only at his eyes, still steady, still kind, still carrying that same quiet warmth she remembered beside the fire. Snow White noticed it too, and though the shape before them had changed, something deep inside her settled. The bear had not disappeared after all. He had simply been waiting to be found again. At length, Rose Red smiled. "You truly came back," she said softly. The prince's expression gentled. "I told myself I would," he said, "though I didn't know what shape I might return in." Snow White laughed quietly at this. "I think," she said, "we liked the first shape very well." At this, something warm crossed the prince's face, something lighter than sorrow. "I hoped," he admitted softly, "that perhaps you had not forgotten me." Rose Red gave a small sound of disbelief. "Forgotten? You slept beside our hearth for an entire winter." "And cleared snow better than any broom," Snow White added. The prince laughed then, low and surprised, as though laughter had not visited him very often. And somehow, Hearing it beneath the spring trees, both sisters felt the last quiet ache of winter softened. The prince gathered the treasure that had long been stolen from him and explained that a castle stood not far beyond the forest, though he had not returned there since the enchantment first fell upon him. "My brother remained there," he said quietly. "He kept faith that one day I would return." The sisters listened closely. Though the morning had already become far stranger than either could have expected, neither wished to leave the story unfinished. So together, they walked back through the forest, the prince beside them. Sunlight moved softly through the leaves overhead. Rose Red talked more than usual, as though making up for all the months the bear had spent speaking so little. Snow White walked quietly beside them, listening. And every so often, she caught herself smiling, because though the prince's steps sounded different than the paws upon the woodland earth, somehow he still felt familiar. When at last they reached the cottage, their mother stood near the garden gathering herbs beside the rose trees. She looked up. For one startled moment, surprise crossed her face at the sight of the stranger walking beside her daughters. Then her gaze rested upon him more carefully. Something quiet passed across her expression. Recognition. Not of appearance, but of presence. "You have returned," she said softly. The prince bowed his head. "Yes," he answered. "And this time," Rose Red said quickly, unable to help herself, "he's arrived without snow in his fur." Their mother laughed quietly then. "Well," she said, "he is welcome all the same." So the prince entered the cottage once more. Only now, spring light rested warmly upon the floor where the winter firelight had once. And though the shape beside the hearth had changed, something about the room felt quietly right again. He visited often after that, at first for long afternoons, then evenings, and before long whole days passed in easy companionship. Sometimes he walked with the sisters through the woods that they had once shown him in the winter. Snow White showed him where the violets first appeared beneath the trees and where the brook sounded gentlest near dusk. Rose Red insisted he admire every flower she declared unusually brave and every fox trail she considered especially interesting. And in the evenings, when supper was finished and the fire burned softly low, he sat once again near the hearth where their mother mended clothes and stories settled gently around the room. Only now, there was laughter too, and hope. The prince's brother came at last, before summer fully arrived. He had searched for many years and scarcely believed what he saw when at last the brothers stood together again. The joy between them filled even the little cottage, and before long, as fairy tales often do, the story turned gently toward happiness. The prince, who had once wandered lonely through the winter woods and rested beside their hearth through long snowy evenings, came to love Snow White most dearly. Perhaps had begun during the quiet winter nights when she sat beside the fire speaking softly into the silence, never asking him to explain more than he wished to give. Or perhaps kindness simply remembers kindness. Whatever the reason, in time, he asked Snow White to marry him, and Snow White, whose heart had quietly known him long before the enchantment ever lifted, gladly said yes. The prince's brother, warm-hearted and thoughtful in ways that suited Rose Red's brightness, soon grew equally fond of her cheerful spirit. And before long, Rose Red married him too. Their mother came to live near them, where she was never lonely again. The 2 rose trees were carefully brought and planted outside their new home. One bloomed white, the other red. And every spring the sisters watched them flower side by side. And whenever winter came again, when snow gathered softly outside, the firelight glowed warmly through the windows, they sometimes remembered the season when the quiet bear had knocked upon the cottage door, carrying cold upon his fur, and left behind something far warmer than anyone could have expected. For kindness, given freely, has a curious way of returning to us. Sometimes slowly, sometimes unexpectedly,
and sometimes wearing an entirely different shape than when it first arrived. And so, Snow White and Rose Red lived long and happily, with warmth beside them, family near, and the memory of one very unusual winter resting gently among the sweetest stories of their lives. Snow had come quietly to the village. For several days it had fallen in soft, patient layers, settling upon rooftops, gathering along stone walls, and softening the narrow roads that wound between cottages. By evening, the village had grown still. Warm light glowed behind windows. Smoke drifted lazily from chimneys into the dark winter sky. The last few villagers hurried home with baskets tucked beneath wool blankets or scarves wrapped tightly against the cold. Footprints pressed into the fresh snow before slowly disappearing beneath another gentle dusting. And somewhere, near the edge of the village, where the road bent toward the woods and the houses stood a little farther apart, there sat a small workshop with a crooked wooden sign hanging above the door. Time and weather had worn the paint thin. Still, if one looked closely, the shape of a shoe could just be made out upon the wood. Inside, the room was warm, though only just. A fire glowed low on the hearth, its soft crackling filling the quiet. The scent of leather lingered in the air alongside wood smoke, and something faintly herbal steeping in a kettle near the fire. Shelves lined the walls, neatly arranged with thread, tools, scraps of cloth, and carefully folded pieces of leather saved for future use. Nothing inside the little workshop was extravagant, but everything had its place. The wooden floors bore the gentle marks of many years of work. The handles of the tools had grown smooth with use. Even the old chair near the work table leaned ever so slightly to one side, as though it had grown accustomed to the same familiar weight resting there each evening. And seated at the work table besides the window sat the shoemaker. His hands moved slowly through the candlelight, not because age had made them uncertain. Quite the opposite. His hands had become steady through long practice. There had once been a time when the workshop hummed from morning until evening. Farmers arrived with worn boots and muddy seasons. Travelers passing through the village sought sturdy shoes before continuing their journeys. Mothers brought growing children to be measured, laughing softly as little feet refused to stand still. Those had been the busy years. Good years. The sort of years a person hardly notices while living them, only later understanding their fullness once the days have grown quieter. And lately, life had become quieter. The shoemaker didn't complain. He still worked carefully, repairing each worn sole as though it belonged to someone dear to him. Still, winter had brought difficult months. Fewer people came through the door. Coins disappeared quickly. Wood had to be counted. Candles burned lower than before. And leather? Well, leather had become precious. Very precious. The shoemaker lifted a worn boot gently in his hands, studying a loose seam near the heel. He worked patiently, humming now and then beneath his breath. Not a song exactly, only the sort of quiet sound people sometimes make when keeping company with themselves. Outside, snow tapped softly against the window. The workshop settled deeper into the evening. And for a little while, despite everything, there was peace. A door near the hearth opened softly. His wife stepped inside carrying folded cloth in her arms. She moved quietly, though not timidly. There are some people whose presence enters a room before they do, and others whose company feels gentle from the moment they arrived. She belonged to the second kind. "You're still working," she said softly. The shoemaker looked up. A tired smile touched his face. "Only one more repair."
She crossed toward the hearth and adjusted the kettle. "It grows colder every evening," she said. Outside, the wind gave a soft sigh against the cottage wall. The shoemaker chuckled quietly. "Winter seems determined to stay." His wife smiled, though something thoughtful rested behind it. She had been counting things too. Flour, wood, candles, the stretching of meals. Not from fear, only necessity. Yet if worry lived inside the cottage, it lived quietly. For theirs was the sort of home where kindness had long ago learned to sit beside hardship. She settled into a chair near the fire and rested her hands in her lap. The candlelight flickered softly between them. For a time, neither spoke. Outside, the village settled fully into the night. Somewhere in the distance, a gate closed. A dog barked once before growing quiet again. Snow drifted steadily through the darkness. And inside the little workshop, husband and wife shared the kind of silence that belongs only to people who have weathered many seasons beside one another. At last, the shoemaker set the repaired boot aside. "There," he said softly. His wife glanced toward the shelves, toward the work table, and finally toward the small folded bundle resting near the candle. Leather. Only a little remained. Enough, perhaps, for one final pair of shoes. She said nothing, and neither did he, but both of them understood. Tomorrow would ask something of them, though neither yet knew exactly what. A fire burned lower. The kettle gave a final sigh. And beyond the frosted windows, while snow continued falling softly upon the sleeping village, something small and unexpected had already begun making its quiet way toward them. Morning arrived softly. Snow still rested upon the rooftops, though the sky now held the pale silver light that often follows a night of steady snowfall. The village hadn't awakened yet. Smoke rose slowly only from a handful of chimneys. The roads remained mostly untouched, except for a few footprints crossing from cottage to cottage. And inside the small workshop near the edge of the village, the fire had nearly gone cold. The shoemaker rose quietly, as he always had. For a moment, he stood near the window, rubbing warmth back into his hands while watching snow drift gently from the branches of a nearby tree. Winter had settled in properly now, the kind of winter that made ordinary things feel slower. Doors opened more carefully, kettles stayed longer upon the fire, people lingered indoors when they could. He crossed the hearth and crouched beside the ashes. There was less wood than before. He noticed such things these days. Not with resentment, only awareness. He selected a single piece and placed it carefully upon the fire. Enough warmth for the morning. Enough to begin. Soon the kettle rested nearby, humming softly to itself while the room slowly softened against the cold. The shoemaker moved through the workshop in familiar ways, straightening thread, returning tools to their places, brushing tiny leather scraps from the table. There was comfort in familiar work, even when little remained. At last his eyes settled upon the folded bundle resting near the candle. The final piece of leather, enough for one pair of shoes. He stood looking at it for a long moment. Funny, perhaps, how something so small could suddenly seem so important. Once the leather had arrived stacked neatly against the shelves, enough for weeks, enough for choices. Now, there remained only this. One chance, one careful attempt. Behind him, the door opened softly, and his wife stepped inside carrying 2 steaming cups. Without a word, she handed him one. He smiled. "You always wake before the tea grows cold." "You always wake before the sun," she answered. That earned the smallest laugh from him. Together they stood near the window. The warmth of the cups settled gently into their hands. Outside, a young boy hurried past dragging a sled much too large for him, his scarf trailing crookedly behind him. The shoemaker smiled faintly. "Ambitious," he said. "Hopeful," his wife corrected. He glanced at her. "You always choose the kinder word." She shrugged lightly. "Someone should." For a moment, they stood in comfortable quiet. Snow slipped softly from a nearby rooftop. A bird landed near the windowsill before quickly fluttering away again. Then gently, his wife looked toward the table. "Our last piece," she said. Her voice held no fear, only truth. The shoemaker nodded. "Yes." He turned the cup slowly between his hands. "I've been thinking about the stitching," he said after a moment. "If I cut carefully enough, perhaps I can make them finer than before." "You always make them fine." He smiled faintly. "Yes, but perhaps finer still." She watched him quietly. She knew him well enough to hear what lived beneath the words. Hope, worry, determination, the quiet wish that effort alone might somehow still be enough. She reached out and smoothed a wrinkle from his sleeve. "You've carried us through difficult seasons before," she said softly. "And you've carried me," he answered. The words arrived simply, as true things often do. Something warm passed between them. Not grand, not dramatic, only the comfort of being understood. At last, the shoemaker carried the leather carefully to the work table. He sat down slowly, and for several moments he simply looked at it. Good leather had become expensive, too expensive to waste. He measured once, then again, his fingers resting lightly against the edge, thinking, imagining, adjusting the shape in his mind before the scissors ever touched the material. And at last, carefully, he began. The sound of scissors moved softly through the workshop. Snip, pause, measure, turn. Outside, the day unfolded quietly. Villagers passed with baskets tucked beneath blankets. Snow continued falling in slow, drifting patterns. And inside, the little workshop settled into a rhythm almost peaceful enough to forget worry altogether. By afternoon, the pieces had been cut. Perfectly, neatly arranged upon the table. The shoemaker leaned back and released a slow breath. His wife appeared again near the doorway. "Well?" she asked gently. He looked at the leather, then smiled, though only slightly. "Well enough," he said. She crossed toward the table and studied the pieces. Her eyes widened just a little. "These are beautiful." "Not yet," he said. "Only pieces." She shook her head. "You always say that." Then after a pause, "These will bring someone comfort." He looked up at her. "How do you know?" She smiled. "Because you made them." That evening, supper was simple. Soup stretched carefully with potatoes and herbs. Warm bread shared beside the fire. Tea steaming softly between them. Outside, snow tapped gently against the windows. Inside, candlelight turned the room gold. Later, while his wife mended worn sleeves beside the hearth, the shoemaker sat quietly watching the fire. At last, she looked over. "What happens if no one comes for the shoes?" The question rested softly between them. He thought for a moment, then smiled faintly. "We do the next thing needed." "And after that?" "The next thing after that." She laughed quietly. "You always say things as though they're simple." He reached for her hand. "Not simple," he said gently. "Only manageable when taken one small piece at a time." "Like leather," he almost said. "Like shoes, like winter." The fire burned lower. The hours grew late. Before bed, the shoemaker stepped once more into the workshop. The leather pieces rested neatly upon the table, cut, ready, and waiting. Tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow I'll make the finest shoes I can. He lowered the candle flame and quietly closed the door behind him. Outside, snow continued falling upon the sleeping village, and long after the cottage had grown dark, the smallest footsteps imaginable crossed silently through the moonlit workshop. Morning arrived beneath a pale winter sky. Sometime during the night, the snow had stopped falling, leaving the village tucked beneath a fresh white stillness. Rooftops gleamed softly beneath the early light, chimneys stood quiet for now, and the narrow lane outside the workshop remained mostly untouched, except for the tracks of the cat that had crossed some time before dawn. Inside the little cottage, warmth had not fully returned. The fire in the hearth rested in soft embers, glowing faintly beneath ash, and the window still carried the delicate frost of the night before. The shoemaker woke as he always did, early, quietly, before much of the village had begun to stir. For a moment, he remained still beneath the blankets, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling around him. The faint creak of old wood, the quiet hush of winter against the shutters, the soft breathing of his wife beside him. There was comfort in familiar things, especially during uncertain seasons. Careful not to wake her, he dressed and crossed quietly into the workshop, rubbing warmth back into his hands as he walked. The room greeted him exactly as he had left it the night before. The tools rested neatly upon the table. The candle had burned itself low. The kettle waited near the hearth. And there, upon the work table, he stopped. At first, he couldn't quite understand what he was seeing. He had expected leather, carefully cut pieces waiting for stitching. Instead, resting neatly in the pale morning light, stood a pair of shoes. For a moment, he simply stared. Surely he hadn't fully woken. He blinked once. Then he stepped closer. The shoes remained, beautifully made, perfectly finished. The leather curved elegantly at the toe, polished so softly that the morning light caught against it like warm honey. Tiny stitches ran so evenly along the seams that they seemed almost impossible to count, each one resting precisely where it ought to be. Slowly, the shoemaker reached out and lifted one into his hands. He turned it over carefully, examined the sole, pressed gently against the stitching. No flaw, not one. In truth, even after all his years of work, he was not entirely certain he himself could have made something so fine. A small breath escaped him. How strange, he murmured softly. The workshop stood perfectly still around him. The door remained locked. Nothing appeared disturbed. No footprints crossed the floorboards. Only the shoes, waiting quietly upon the table as though they had always belonged there. At last, he crossed toward the doorway that led to the kitchen. "You should come see this," he said gently. Moments later, his wife appeared with her shawl gathered around her shoulders, her hair still loosely pinned from her sleep. "What is it?" she said softly. The shoemaker stepped aside. She looked toward the table, then stopped just as he had. "Oh my," she whispered. Together, they stood beside the work table in quiet astonishment. His wife carefully lifted one of the shoes, turning it gently in her hands. "These are beautiful," she said softly. "But how?" The shoemaker shook his head. "I truly don't know. I left the leather here last night. Cut and ready, nothing more." His wife glanced toward the windows. Did someone come? The door was locked. For a moment, neither spoke. They simply stood there together, surrounded by morning stillness and the strange, impossible mystery resting quietly in their hands. Then gently, his wife smiled. Well, whether mystery or miracle, someone has been very kind. The shoemaker looked again at the shoes. Kind, yes. The word somehow felt right. Carefully, he placed the pair near the window, where the morning light rested brightest. Perhaps someone passing through the village might notice them. Perhaps, if fortune was willing, someone might even buy them, though privately he found himself reluctant to let them go. There was something special about them, something impossible to explain. The village slowly awakened around them. A wagon rolled over the snowy road. Children's laughter drifted faintly somewhere in the distance, and the smell of chimney smoke slowly returned to the air. And inside the workshop, something had shifted. Not everything, not yet, but enough. Enough that the room no longer felt quite so heavy. Late that morning, just as the shoemaker had begun mending an old boot near the fire, the workshop door opened. A traveler stepped inside, brushing snow from his coat. He stamped Wart back into his boots and gave a polite nod. "Cold enough to freeze the hinges," he said with a tired smile. The shoemaker chuckled softly. "That it is." The traveler wandered slowly through the small shop. Then almost at once, his attention settled upon the shoes resting near the window. "Well now," he said, stepping closer. "Those are fine work." The shoemaker rose. "Yes," he said carefully. "They are." The traveler lifted one, turning it thoughtfully in his hands, ran his thumb along the stitching. "These are exceptional," he said quietly. Before long, he had slipped them on. To the shoemaker's astonishment, they fit perfectly. The traveler took several steps across the workshop floor and smiled almost immediately. "Comfortable, too," he said. "That is harder to find than people think." When at last he asked for the price, the shoemaker hesitated. Before he could answer, the traveler offered far more than expected. Enough to purchase new leather, enough for several pairs, enough perhaps for breathing room. And after the traveler had gone, the coins rested upon the work table between the husband and the wife. Neither spoke for a moment. Then his wife looked toward him with the smallest smile. "One pair," she said softly. The shoemaker laughed under his breath. "Yes," he said. "Perhaps one pair is still one pair after all." And though neither of them yet understood what strange kindness had found its way into their little workshop, hope had quietly returned to the room. With the coins from the traveler, the shoemaker bought leather enough for 2 pairs of shoes. Not a great stack of it, not enough to fill shelves as they had been filled in earlier years, but enough, and for the first time in many weeks, enough felt like abundance. He carried the leather home beneath his coat, protecting it carefully from the falling snow. The village road had grown slushy where the carts had passed during the day, and the lamplight shimmered in the wet tracks like ribbons of gold. By the time he reached the workshop, dusk had already settled along the rooftops. His wife looked up from the hearth as he came in, and before he had even closed the door behind him, she saw the bundle in his arms. "Well," she said softly, "that looks promising." The shoemaker smiled and laid the leather upon the work table. "It's good leather," he said. "Better than I expected to find." She crossed toward him, wiping her hands upon her apron before touching the edge of the material. "Strong and smooth. And enough for 2 pairs, he added, as though saying the words aloud made them more real. His wife looked at him then, and then the two of them shared a small smile. 2 pairs. Yesterday, 1 pair had seemed like a final effort. Now, there were 2. The fire glowed warmly behind them, and for a little while, neither of them spoke. They simply stood together beside the table, looking at the leather as if it were something more than material. Something had changed in the house. Not everything. The cupboards were still sparse. The wood piles still needed watching. Winter had not grown easier simply because one traveler had bought one pair of shoes. But hope had a way of altering the light in the room. That evening, the shoemaker worked with a carefulness that was almost tender. He measured the leather, smoothed it flat beneath his palms, and studied each portion before making a single cut. He wasn't hurried, though eagerness moved quietly beneath his calm. His wife stayed nearby, mending beside the fire. Every now and then, she looked over at him. "You're smiling," she said at last. "Am I?" "A little." He glanced down at the leather as though it had betrayed him. "I suppose I am." She smiled into her sewing. "I like seeing it." The words were simple, but they reached him. For a moment he paused with the scissors in his hand. Then he went on cutting. Outside, snow began falling again, soft and steady, filling the darkness beyond the windows. Inside, the workshop filled with familiar music of small work. Whisper of leather, the quiet shift of thread, the faint scrape of chair legs upon wooden floorboards. By the time the fire had burned low, the leather pieces lay neatly arranged across the work table. 2 pairs, cut and ready. The shoemaker studied them in the candlelight. Part of him wondered. He couldn't help it. Would the strange kindness return? Had the shoes been some passing miracle, as brief and mysterious as the frost upon the glass? Or had someone, some unseen someone, truly come into the workshop while they slept? He didn't say it out loud. Neither did his wife. But when she came to stand beside him before bed, he felt certain she was wondering too. "Well, we shall see what morning brings." The shoemaker nodded. "Yes, we shall." That night, the cottage settled into sleep. The fire sank into embers. The kettle cooled beside the hearth. Snow gathered silently along the windowsill. And beneath the moonlight, while the village dreamed, quiet work began again. By morning, the shoemaker woke with his heart already listening. He dressed more quickly than usual, though he tried not to seem hurried, even to himself. The hallway felt colder than it had the day before, and his breath nearly caught as he opened the workshop door. There upon the table stood 2 pairs of shoes, finished, polished, and perfect. For a moment, he didn't move. Wonder had returned, and this time it brought with it something almost like laughter. Not loud laughter, only the kind that rises in the chest when the world has done something impossibly kind. His wife appeared behind him. She saw the shoes and placed one hand gently over her mouth. Again, neither spoke. There was too much to say, and no words quite large enough for it. The shoes were beautifully made, as was the first pair. Perhaps these were even finer. One pair was sturdy and graceful, meant for someone who walked long roads and needed comfort without heaviness. The other was smaller, shaped with such neatness and care that even the lining seemed touched by thoughtfulness. The shoemaker lifted one shoe and turned it slowly in the morning light. "Whoever they are," he murmured, "they work as though every stitch matters." His wife looked at him softly. "So do you." He glanced at her, then smiled. Before noon, both pairs had sold. One to a woman whose old shoes had split during the thawing slush, and one to a young man preparing to travel to a neighboring town. Each customer admired the work. Each paid gladly. And when the door closed behind the second of them, the shoemaker stood in the center of the workshop holding more coins than he had held in many months. His wife laughed then, a soft, startled laugh, full of disbelief and relief. The shoemaker laughed too, not because everything had been solved, but because the house felt lighter, because the shelves might hold leather again, because tomorrow no longer looked quite so narrow. That afternoon, he bought leather for 4 pairs, and the next morning, 4 pairs waited upon the table. So the days began to change, slowly at first, then with the gentle steadiness of snowmelt finding a stream. Each evening the shoemaker cut the leather. Each morning finished shoes waited in the workshop. Customers returned. Word traveled throughout the village. People began stopping at the little shop near the bend in the road, curious about the beautiful shoes displayed near the window. The fire burned a little warmer. The kettle sang more often. The shelves, once nearly empty, began to hold leather again. And in the heart of winter, when the world outside remained cold and white and still, the little workshop began to glow, as though spring had quietly lit a candle inside it. Winter continued to settle deeper around the village. Snow gathered in soft drifts along garden walls. Rooftops wore their white coverings like familiar coats, and each evening the lamps glowed a little earlier against the dark. Yet, inside the shoemaker's workshop, life had begun to change in quiet and unexpected ways. The shelves no longer stood nearly empty. Fresh leather rested in careful stacks near the wall. Thread had returned to its proper jars. Even the fire, once fed sparingly, now burned with little more confidence. Not wastefully, never wastefully, but warmly. The shoemaker still worked each day as he always had. He mended old boots, measured growing children for winter shoes, listened patiently as villagers spoke of frozen roads, weather forecasts, and the endless business of ordinary life. Yet now, each evening carried with it a strange and quiet anticipation. For after supper, after the fire had been tidied, and after the final candle had been lowered, the shoemaker would prepare the leather. And each morning, without fail, beautiful shoes waited upon the work table, perfectly finished, perfectly stitched, never rushed, never uneven, always somehow exactly right. At first, the mystery itself had felt larger than curiosity, like wonder, like kindness arriving without explanation. But as the days passed, wonder slowly began making room for questions. Not fearful ones, only thoughtful ones. Like who could possibly be helping them? And why? One snowy evening, while the wind moved softly around the corners of the cottage, the shoemaker sat near the fire, polishing a pair of finished shoes. His wife mended a sleeve beside him. For a long while, neither spoke. The workshop had grown peaceful again. Not only warmer, but more peaceful. At last, the shoemaker looked up. "Have you noticed something?" he asked. His wife smiled faintly. "The way you've started humming again?" He laughed quietly. "No, though perhaps that too." She set down her sewing. "Then what?" He turned the shoe slowly in his hands. "The stitches." She tilted her head. "The stitches?" "They're smaller than mine." She blinked. "Smaller and quicker," he said thoughtfully. "Whoever is making them works with extraordinary skill." He leaned forward slightly. "See here?" He pointed to the stitching near the sole. "I would have needed far longer to finish this." His wife studied the shoe carefully. "You're right," she said quietly. The stitches were impossibly neat. Tiny, even, almost delicate, and yet somehow stronger than they looked. The shoemaker rested back in his chair. I keep wondering who they are. His wife looked toward the workshop table where tomorrow's leather had already been laid out, carefully cut and ready. So do I, she admitted softly. Outside, snow tapped gently against the windows. The fire shifted low on the hearth. For a while, both sat quietly with the same wondering thought. At last, his wife smiled. We could stay awake. The shoemaker looked up. Stay awake? To see. He blinked once, then laughed softly. Like children waiting for Father Winter? She smiled. Perhaps. Then more quietly. Aren't you curious? He considered this. Truthfully, yes. Very curious. Not because he feared whoever had been helping them. Quite the opposite. Every morning had brought kindness, care, skill, and generosity too thoughtful to feel accidental. No, if anything, he felt grateful. But gratitude had slowly become tangled with curiosity, and curiosity had grown difficult to ignore. Well, he said after a moment, perhaps we might stay awake. Just once. His wife smiled in a way he had not seen in some time. A little playful, a little excited. Tomorrow evening, she said. Tomorrow evening. The words settled warmly between them, and though neither said it aloud, both carried the same quiet feeling into sleep. The feeling that something extraordinary might soon step out of mystery and into moonlight. The next day passed more slowly than usual, at least to the shoemaker. He tried to work normally. Truly he did. But several times he found himself glancing toward the clock, or toward the workshop table, or toward the window where the darkness would eventually come. His wife noticed, of course. You missed a stitch, she said gently at one point. The shoemaker looked down. Sure enough, he had. You're distracted, she added. A little, she smiled. A lot, he laughed under his breath. By evening, supper felt unusually lively. Not hurried, only expectant. The sort of quiet excitement that belongs to small secrets. Afterward, they prepared the leather together. The shoemaker laid out the very carefully cut pieces. His wife straightened them slightly, almost ceremoniously. There, she said softly. As though we were setting a table, he said. In a way, she answered. The thought pleased him more than he expected. At last, the workshop grew quiet. The final candle burned low. But instead of going to bed, the shoemaker and his wife slipped quietly behind a curtain near the shelves, hidden, waiting. Outside, the snow drifted steadily through the dark. The village slept, and the fire burned low. And somewhere, deep in the stillness of midnight, something very small was drawing near. The workshop rested in near darkness. Only the faintest glow remained in the hearth, where embers shifted softly beneath ash, casting small flickers of warmth across the floorboards. Moonlight slipped through the frosted windows, pale and silver against the work table, where the carefully prepared leather waited. Behind the curtain near the shelves, the shoemaker and his wife sat quietly side by side. At first, waiting had felt almost exciting, like a secret, like childhood. But as the evening stretched on and the village settled deeper into silence, the warmth of the room and the lateness of the hour began to settle over them. The shoemaker stifled a yawn. His wife smiled. You're falling asleep, she whispered. I'm staying awake, he whispered back. Badly. She pressed a light hand over her mouth to hide his laugh. Outside, snow drifted steadily through the dark. The village had long since gone still. No wagons crossed the road now. No lanterns moved between cottages. Even the wind had quieted. The world seemed to be holding its breath. Time passed slowly. or perhaps quietly enough that it only felt slow. The shoemaker shifted once, stretching his stiff legs. "Perhaps," he whispered, "we imagine the whole thing." His wife tilted her head. The shoes, the mystery. She looked toward the work table. "No," she said softly. "Something happened." He followed her gaze. The leather rested exactly where they had left it. Still, waiting. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. And yet, just as the church bell somewhere in the village gave the faint sound of midnight, the workshop stirred. Not loudly, not suddenly, only softly, like the smallest whisper of movement. The shoemaker straightened. His wife reached instinctively for his hand. From somewhere near the edge of the room came the faint sound of tiny footsteps. Quick, light, barely louder than snowfall. Tap, 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 tap. Then, to their astonishment, two very small figures slipped into the moonlight. The shoemaker nearly forgot to breathe. His wife's fingers tightened gently around his hand. They were tiny, no taller than a teapot, and dressed in almost nothing at all, little more than scraps. Thin shirts worn soft with age, tiny sleeves far too short, bare feet against the cold wooden floor. Yet neither seemed troubled by winter. Instead, they moved with cheerful purpose, quickly, confidently, as though this workshop had become as familiar to them as their own home. Without hesitation, the first little figure climbed upon the work table. The second followed immediately behind, and before either husband or wife could fully gather their astonishment, the work began. The shoemaker had expected magic, or perhaps strange glowing light, something mysterious. Instead, it looked almost like joy. The little visitors worked with extraordinary speed, but never carelessly. One measured while the other stitched. One held leather steady while the other worked tiny thread through impossibly small seams. They moved around one another with such practiced rhythm that it seemed less like labor and more like music. Quick hands, small nods, the occasional delightful little hum. The shoemaker stared. Every moment carried skill, care, precision. The tiny stitches he had admired for weeks now unfolded before him in the moonlight. His wife leaned closer. "Oh," she whispered, so quietly he almost didn't hear it. Not fear, not surprise exactly. Something softer. Tenderness. The little figures were not grand magical creatures, not shining spirits, only very small workers dressed poorly, barefoot against winter, devoting themselves completely to beautiful work. One paused briefly, rubbing his tiny hands together for warmth before returning cheerfully to the stitching. The shoemaker felt something shift quietly inside of him. Gratitude, certainly. Wonder, too. But also something else. A sudden ache. How cold they must be. How little they seemed to have. His wife glanced toward him then, and somehow, without speaking, he knew she had begun to think the very same thing. For hours the work continued. The leather slowly transformed beneath their tiny, skillful hands, until at last, finished. Perfect. The little pair stood back to admire their work. One gave an approving nod, the other spun once in delight. Then, with cheerful satisfaction, they hopped down from the table, without ceremony, without expectation. As quietly as they had arrived, they disappeared once more into the sleeping darkness. The workshop fell still again. Only moonlight remained, only finished shoes waiting upon the table. For several moments, neither the shoemaker nor his wife moved. At last, the shoemaker exhaled softly. "Well," he whispered. His wife looked toward the door where the tiny figures had vanished. They were freezing. The shoemaker nodded. Yes. Her voice softened further. And still they came. He looked toward the finished shoes. So beautiful. So carefully made. Night after night. Without thanks. Without payment. His wife rested one hand lightly against his arm. We can't let them go on like this. The shoemaker turned towards her. What are you thinking? She smiled slowly. The sort of smile that arrives when kindness has already made up its mind. I think, she said gently, we ought to make them something warm. The shoemaker looked once more toward the moonlit workshop, toward the tiny work table, toward the quiet evidence of impossible generosity. Then slowly, he smiled too. Yes, he said softly, I think we ought to do exactly that. The next morning arrived brighter than most. Sunlight rested gently upon the snow, turning rooftops pale gold, while little curls of chimney smoke drifted lazily into the cold winter air. Inside the workshop, the shoemaker and his wife moved through the morning with an unusual sense of purpose. The finished shoes had sold quickly, as they always did now. Customers continued arriving. The shelves continued filling. Life, little by little, had begun returning to them. Yet something else occupied their thoughts. 2 tiny figures, bare feet, thin sleeves, quick hands working cheerfully through the cold of night. The shoemaker found himself glancing toward the work table more often than usual. His wife noticed. You're thinking about them, she said while pouring tea. I am, he admitted. So am I. For a moment neither spoke. Outside, children laughed somewhere beyond the snow-covered lane. A wagon rolled past slowly. Inside, warmth gathered near the fire. At last, his wife folded her hands around her cup. We ought to begin today. The shoemaker looked up. The clothes? She nodded. If we wait too long, winter may end before we finish. He smiled softly. You think ahead. Someone must. That earned the smallest laugh from him. And so, after breakfast, they began. At first, the task felt almost impossible. How exactly did one measure someone no taller than a teapot? The shoemaker stood near the work table with his hands spread uncertainly. They are very small, he said thoughtfully. His wife gave him a look. Yes, she said. I had noticed. He chuckled. I mean, how does one make clothing for someone who disappears before sunrise? She thought for a moment, then walked toward the table where one of the tiny shoes still rested nearby. We begin here. The shoemaker watched as she held the shoe carefully in her hands. Using it as a guide, she estimated size with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to making something from very little. These will need warmth, she said softly. Wool. Soft wool, the shoemaker added, and proper stitching. No crooked sleeves. No cold ankles. They both smiled then. The work began slowly. His wife cut tiny coats from warm cloth saved carefully in an old sewing basket. Deep brown wool for one, soft forest green for the other. Not grand colors, comforting ones. Winter colors. The shoemaker sat nearby crafting the smallest boots he had ever attempted. He worked more slowly than usual, smiling to himself every now and then. Tiny soles, tiny laces, tiny careful stitches. Several times he held them up and laughed quietly. I do believe, he said once, these may be the finest boots I've ever made. His wife looked over. They may also be the smallest. That too. The house felt different that afternoon. Gentle, light, as though kindness itself had taken a chair beside the fire. Outside, snow drifted softly through the village. Inside, the kettle sang quietly while thread slipped through the cloth and tiny shoes slowly took shape. By evening, a small collection had begun gathering near the hearth. Little coats, tiny shirts, warm woolen trousers, the smallest mittens imaginable, and beside them, beautiful little shoes. The shoemaker sat back and studied them. "Well," he said softly, "I should hope they approve." His wife smiled. "They will." "You sound very certain." She looked toward the fire. "People who work so hard rarely think to care for themselves." Something quiet settled over the room then, because somehow they both knew she was speaking about more than the elves. The shoemaker reached for her hand. "You have cared for me very well," he said gently. She squeezed his fingers. "And you me." Evening arrived softly after that. Supper was simple, but warm. Soup, fresh bread, tea steeped longer than usual. And all the while, the tiny clothes rested folded neatly near the work table, waiting. At last, before bed, they carried everything carefully into the workshop. The little coats were laid out first, then shirts, tiny stockings, warm boots placed neatly beneath, almost like gifts waiting beneath moonlight. The shoemaker stood quietly for a long moment. "I hope they understand," he said softly. His wife smiled. Kindness is a way of understanding itself. Together, they lowered the lamps. Outside, snow continued drifting through the winter night. And inside, beneath the silver moonlight, in the workshop, two very small surprises waited patiently upon the table. The night arrived, wrapped in quiet. Snow drifted softly across the village rooftops, settling alongside the stone walls and windowsills as though the whole world had decided to move more gently for a while. Inside the shoemaker's workshop, everything had been carefully prepared. The lamps had been lowered, the fire rested in soft embers, and upon the work table, where leather usually waited for tiny hands to transform it into shoes, there now rested something entirely different. Two small coats, tiny wool trousers, little shirts folded neatly, soft stockings, and beside them, the smallest boots the shoemaker had ever made. The husband and wife stood quietly for a moment before retreating to their hiding place. This time, waiting felt different. Less mystery, more anticipation. The shoemaker found himself smiling without quite meaning to. Beside him, his wife tucked her shawl more closely around her shoulders. "I hope they're not offended," he whispered after a while. She turned toward him. "Offended?" "That we interrupted their work." Her smile softened. "I think kindness rarely offends." The workshop settled deeper into stillness. Outside, the wind moved softly through the trees. Inside, moonlight gathered across the table like silver cloth. Time passed quietly, slowly enough that even the smallest sounds seemed larger than usual. The shift of embers, the faint settling of old wood, the soft sound of snow brushing against the shutters. Then, just as before, the tiny footsteps returned. Quick, light, familiar now. Tap, 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 tap. The shoemaker felt his wife gently take hold of his sleeve. Two small figures slipped once more into the moonlight, cheerful, quick-moving, barefoot. The first little visitor climbed eagerly upon the work table, then stopped, completely. The second nearly bumped into him. For a moment, neither moved. The workshop grew strangely still. The tiny bear stared at the coats, the shirts, the tiny boots waiting neatly beside them. The first little figure turned slowly toward the second. The second blinked. Then quite suddenly, both erupted into delighted movement. The shoemaker nearly laughed aloud. The tiny pair clapped their hands. One hopped excitedly from foot to foot. The other picked up a tiny coat and held it against himself with unmistakable delight. Not hurried, not cautious, joyful. The first little visitor disappeared briefly beneath the sleeve of a coat before emerging again, laughing in tiny, cheerful sounds too soft to fully hear. The second, sat down right there upon the work table and began tugging eagerly at one of the tiny boots. The shoemaker's wife pressed a hand gently to her heart. "Oh," she whispered. The little pair dressed themselves with great enthusiasm. Tiny boots, warm stockings, coats buttoned carefully, little sleeves no longer too short. The wool seemed to delight them most of all. Several times they rubbed the fabric between their fingers as though hardly believing it belonged to them. Then once fully dressed, they began to dance. Not grand dancing, not magical spinning light, only happiness, simple happiness. Tiny feet tapping cheerfully across the work table, little turns, small delighted hops, the kind of joy that arrives when someone unexpectedly finds warmth after a long season of cold. The shoemaker felt something tighten quietly in his chest. His wife leaned gently against him. "They look warmer," she whispered. "Yes," he said softly. "So much warmer." After a while, the tiny pair stood still again. One carefully touched the tiny boots. The other smoothed the sleeve of his coat. Then both turned toward the quiet workshop, toward the room that had sheltered them, toward the table where they had worked so faithfully. For the briefest moment, it almost seemed as though they knew, as though somehow they understood. The first little figure gave the smallest bow. The second placed one hand over his heart. And then, with cheerful little hops and bright energy, they disappeared into the moonlight. The shoemaker waited. Surely they would return. Surely after all the excitement they would remember the leather. But the leather remained untouched. The workshop rested quietly, still. At last, his wife looked toward him. "They're not coming back tonight," she said softly. He nodded, slowly, though strangely, the feeling that arrived was not disappointment. Not exactly. Only something bittersweet, like finishing a beautiful song, or watching winter sunlight disappear across the fresh snow. The shoemaker stepped quietly from behind the curtain. His wife followed. Together, they stood near the work table. No shoes waited there, only moonlight, and the lingering feeling of joy. After a long moment, the shoemaker smiled softly. "Well," he said quietly, "I think they liked them." His wife laughed then, warm and gentle. "Yes," she said, "I think they did too." And though the workshop stood silent, it somehow felt fuller than before, as though gratitude itself had decided to stay a while beside the fire. Winter lingered for a while longer. Snow still gathered along rooftops and fences, and most mornings arrived wrapped in pale silver light. Smoke curled gently from the chimneys, boots crunched softly along frozen roads, and the village carried on its ordinary winter rhythm. Yet inside the little workshop near the bend in the road, something quiet had changed. The elves never returned. Not once. No tiny footsteps crossed the floorboards after midnight. No beautifully finished shoes appeared waiting upon the table. And though the shoemaker sometimes found himself for the faint tap of the hurried little feet, the workshop remained peacefully still. Yet strangely, nothing felt lost. The shelves remained stocked. Customers still came. The little shop had grown known throughout the village for careful workmanship and comfortable shoes that seemed somehow made with unusual care. People traveled from neighboring roads now, stopping to warm themselves by the fire while the shoemaker measured worn boots or listened patiently to stories of muddy fields, long winters, and children forever growing out of their shoes. The shoemaker still worked carefully as ever. But now, when he stitched leather beneath candlelight, he found himself lingering a little longer over the details. Tiny stitches, neat seams, smooth edges, the sort of thoughtful care he had once admired in moonlight. His wife noticed, of course. "You were sewing differently," she said one snowy afternoon. The shoemaker glanced up. Differently. She nodded. Smaller stitches. He smiled faintly. Perhaps I had good teachers. That made her laugh softly. Very small teachers. He laughed too. Outside, snow slipped gently from the roof. Inside, warmth gathered around them. Spring came slowly that year, as though winter had grown reluctant to leave. First came softer afternoons, then longer evenings, then the sound of dripping snow from rooftops. Little by little, the village changed. The road softened, garden soil stirred beneath the frost. The first brave flowers pushed quietly upward through the cold earth. And still, life in the workshop continued. The shoemaker repaired boots worn thin by winter roads. His wife planted herbs near the window once again. The kettle sang often. The fire burned less fiercely now. And though their days were ordinary, they felt rich in ways harder to measure. One evening, as golden light settled through the workshop windows, the shoemaker paused beside the shelf where he kept special things. A smooth stone found during childhood, a brass button from his father's coat, and resting neatly beside them, one tiny mitten, forgotten perhaps, or left behind on purpose, no larger than his thumb. His wife noticed him holding it. "You kept it," she said softly. "Of course." He turned it gently between his fingers. "I like remembering that they were real." His wife smiled. "As though we could ever forget." He laughed quietly. "No, not forget. Never that." For a moment they stood together in comfortable silence, the sort that had lived kindly between them for many years. Then after a while, his wife spoke softly. "Do you think they knew?" The shoemaker looked toward her. "Knew what?" "That we were thankful." He considered this for a moment. Outside, evening settled softly over the village. A bird called somewhere in the distance. The scent of spring drifted faintly through the open window. At last, he smiled. "Yes," he said quietly. "I think kindness usually knows when it's been seen." His wife slipped her hand into his. The workshop felt peaceful. Not grand, not magical, only full of ordinary things. Work and warmth and love, the sort of happiness that arrives quietly and asks for very little. Years later, villagers would still speak fondly of the shoemaker near the bend in the road, and the warmth of the little shop where everyone was greeted kindly. Some said his shoes lasted longer than any of the others. Some said they were simply more comfortable. Others swore there was something quietly special about the place itself, though no one could ever quite explain why. Only the shoemaker and his wife knew that sometimes, when the fire burned low and moonlight rested softly across the workshop floor, they still found themselves listening, half hopeful, for the sound of tiny footsteps in the night. And though none ever came again, the feeling they had left behind somehow remained. A reminder that kindness often arrives quietly, that help sometimes appears when hope feels small, and that even the coldest winters can soften when warmth is shared. Outside, evening settled gently over the village. The workshop windows glowed softly in the growing dusk. The kettle rested warm. The fire crackled low. And somewhere, carried quietly upon the memory and moonlight, the smallest kindnesses still lingered. High above the garden, where the stone walls held the day's warmth, long after the sun had gone, there was a narrow room filled with books. They stood in tall, crowded rows, their spines pressed shoulder to shoulder, like quiet companions who had long ago forgotten how to speak out loud. Some were smooth and polished with use. Others, softened at the edges, their pages faintly curled, as though they had once tried to breathe. The air there was still, not empty, never empty, but settled, as if everything inside the room had agreed, long ago, to rest. A small window, set deep within the stone, looked out over the garden below. At this hour, the sky beyond had turned to soft and silvery blue, the last threads of daylight drifting slowly into the evening. The glass held a faint shimmer, catching what little light remained and offering it gently to the room. Beneath that window sat a student. He leaned forward at a narrow wooden desk, one hand resting beside an open book, the other loosely holding a page as though he had paused midway through turning it and forgotten to continue. His lamp burned low beside him, casting a warm, steady glow that gathered quietly around his work, leaving the corners of the room in a soft shadow. He had been working for many hours. That much could be seen by his shoulders curved slightly inward and in the careful stillness of his hands. He was not restless, nor distracted. He didn't fidget or sigh. Instead, he held himself with a kind of quiet attention, as though the world he sought was contained entirely within the lines before him. And, in many ways, it was, for the student knew a great many things. He knew the names of distant stars and how they moved across the sky in patterns that repeated themselves with patient certainty. He understood the turning of seasons, the measured rise and fall of numbers, the structure of arguments that could be built step by step until they stood complete and unshaken. He knew how to follow a question until it reached its answer, and he trusted that answers, once found, would remain. There was comfort in that, a gentle, steady comfort, like the warmth of the lamp or the quiet presence of the books that surrounded him. Outside, the evening breeze moved softly through the garden. It brushed along the hedges and stirred the leaves just enough to remind them that they were alive. A faint rustle rose and fell, like a whisper, carried across the ground. Somewhere deeper within the garden, something shifted, perhaps a branch or the settling of the earth as it cooled. But these were distant things. Up here, in the high room, the sounds arrived softened, as though they had passed through the layers of stone and time before reaching him. The student didn't look up. Not yet. His eyes moved slowly across the page, taking in each line with care. He didn't rush. There was no need. The book would wait for him. The next page would be there when he reached it. Everything, within the space, moved according to a rhythm he understood. And yet, there was, in the quiet between one breath and the next, something else. Not a disturbance, not even a thought, but a small and passing awareness, like the faintest shift in light when a cloud moves across the sky. He paused, his fingers still resting on the edge of the page, loosened slightly. The paper slipped forward with a soft sound, barely more than a sigh, and came to rest. For a moment, he didn't move. The room remained as it was. The lamp glowed, the books stood in their patient rows, and the evening continued its gentle unfolding beyond the window. But something subtle, had changed. The student leaned back, just enough to ease the curve of his shoulders, and let his gaze drift, almost without intention, toward the glass. The garden lay below him, dim now, in the fading light. Shapes softened into one another, the paths, the hedges, the quiet stretch of the earth that held its place beneath the sky. It wasn't a grand garden, not particularly wild. It simply was. Present, waiting, Perhaps, though for what, it didn't say. He had seen it many times, in the morning when the light was clearer, in the afternoon when the shadows were shorter, in passing without much thought. And now, again, in the quiet hour between day and night, his gaze lingered there for a breath longer than it usually did. Then another. The breeze moved once more, carrying with it the softest suggestion of scent. Something faint, almost forgotten, like the memory of warmth held within the earth. It reached the window, and though the glass remained closed, though the stone walls stood firm and unchanged, there was a sense, just a small one, that the world beyond the room had drawn a little closer. The student didn't name it. He didn't rise, nor did he speak. But he did not return immediately to his book. Instead, he sat in the quiet space beyond the knowing and the noticing, where something new had not yet begun, but something old had gently shifted. And in the garden below, where the evening gathered itself into stillness, the first traces of night settled softly among the leaves, as if, in some patient and unseen way, something had been waiting. Waited. It hadn't been very long ago, or perhaps it had. Time in the high room did not always move in the ways that could be easily measured. Days passed, certainly. Pages turned. Lamps were lit and extinguished. But some moments didn't settle into the same quiet order as the rest. Some lingered, and some returned, and some, without asking, remained. It was on an afternoon not unlike many others that the student had first seen her. The great hall had been open that day, its tall windows unshuttered, letting in long ribbons of sunlight that stretched across the stone floor. The air had been brighter there than in his room, touched with movement and the low murmur of voices that rose and fell like the distant tide. He hadn't intended to stay. He had gone only to pass through, to retrieve a volume that had been misplaced, or perhaps to return one. Even now, he would not have been able to say which. The purpose itself had already faded. But the moment hadn't. He remembered the way the light gathered first, how it slipped through the high windows and rested, golden and quiet, upon the worn edges of the tables, upon the backs of the chairs, upon the hands of those who moved through it without noticing. And then, her. Not in a grand entrance, not with any declaration, but simply there, standing within the same ribbon of light as though she had stepped into it without knowing, or perhaps as though it had found her. Her dress held the color softly, not brightly, but as though it had been warmed from within, and when she turned, only slightly, only enough to answer someone beside her, there came a sound, a small laugh. It wasn't loud, not meant to carry, and yet it did. Not across the room, but toward him. It reached him in a way that no word in any book ever had, not as something to be understood, but as something to be felt. It startled him, though he didn't move. He had heard laughter before, of course, many times. It was not an unfamiliar thing, but this was different. Not because of her, not entirely, but because of what it stirred. It didn't ask a question, nor did it offer an answer. It simply opened something, a space, a possibility. So he watched, though he didn't mean to, but only for a moment, only until she turned again and the light shifted and the sound of her voice blended once more into the gentle murmur of the hall. She was speaking to someone beside her, lightly, almost without thought. "If I had a red rose," she said, "I would dance until morning." The words were soft, offered as one might at a passing wish, no more weight than the sunlight had rested briefly upon the floor before moving on. There was no promise in them, no expectation, only a small imagining, spoken and released. The student didn't move, he didn't step forward, and he didn't speak, but the words did not pass in the same way the others had. They didn't fade, they only settled, quietly, as though they had found a place within him that had not yet been filled. If I had a red rose, I would dance until morning. He didn't know why he remembered them. He didn't try to understand why they remained. He only knew that they did. And when at last he turned away and left the hall, returning once more to the quiet of his room, the world he understood had not changed. And yet, within it, something had been placed. Something small. Something uninformed, but present. Now, as he sat by the window in the quiet of evening, the same memory returned again. Not sharply, not with urgency, but as it always had, softly and without demand. The garden below lay still, its colors dimmed into shadow, its paths barely visible beneath the growing night. The world beyond the glass had settled into a kind of silent, listening place, as though it too held something that had not yet spoken. The student didn't look directly at the memory. He didn't name it or examine it or attempt to understand its place among the many things he knew. But he felt it, and for the first time he wondered, though only faintly, though only for a moment, whether there were things in the world that could not be reached by knowing alone. The thought didn't linger. Not fully. It passed, as such thoughts often do, slipping quietly back into the stillness from which it had come. And yet, even as it faded, it left behind something small, a thread, barely there, but present, as though somewhere, beyond the books, beyond the walls, beyond the careful order of all he understood, a single, quiet wish had been spoken, and had chose to remain. The light faded slowly, as it always did. Not all at once, and not with any urgency, only a quiet dimming, as though the day itself were gently folding inward, drawing its edges close before resting. The last of the silver blue sky lingered beyond the window, soft and even, holding the world in a kind of patient pause. The student remained where he was. The book lay open before him, its pages unchanged, the lines waiting where he had left them. The lamp still burned with its steady glow, offering warmth without insistence. Everything in the room held its place, as it always had. And yet, he had not returned to reading. Not fully. His gaze had drifted again, drawn without effort toward the window, toward the quiet stretch of the garden below. It rested there now, not searching, not questioning, simply lingering. The paths were harder to see in the fading light. Where there once had been clearly marked, pale against the darker soil, now softened into the surrounding ground, their edges less certain, their direction less defined. The hedges, too, seemed to gather into themselves, their shapes deepening into shadow. It was a simple garden. He had always known that. Not large, not elaborate, not arranged in any particular care or design that he could name. It existed as many things do, without drawing attention to itself. And because of that, he had rarely given it any. His eyes moved slowly across it now, as though seeing it not for the first time, but for the first time with any measure of stillness. There were beds of earth, though what they held could not easily be told in the dim light. There were small trees, spaced without strict order, their branches quiet and unmoving in the evening air. A low stone border marked the edge where the garden met the wall, its surface worn smooth by years that had passed without comment. Nothing in it called out. Nothing in it demanded to be noticed. And yet, something about it did not feel complete. Not wrong, not broken, only waiting. The student leaned forward slightly, his hand resting against the edge of the desk as though to steady himself. Not from movement, but from quiet sense of something that had come into view that he hadn't considered before. And then, without much effort, or without search, the memory returned. "If I had a red rose," she had said, "I would dance until morning." The words moved through him differently now, not as they had been spoken, light, passing, carried on laughter, but as something that had settled quietly into this place. He looked again at the garden, more carefully this time. There was no red rose. The thought came simply, clear, uncomplicated. He searched the garden again, his gaze moving from one shadowed shape to the next, the small trees, the low beds, the quiet stretch of earth that had held its place beneath the deepening sky. There were roses, perhaps. It was difficult to tell. But if they were there, they did not show themselves in color. Not now, not in this light, and certainly not in red. He sat back slowly, the room receiving him once more, the warmth of the lamp settling around his hands. "If I had a red rose." The words did not press him. They did not demand action. They simply remained. A possibility. A quiet and untested idea that had found its place within him without asking permission. A garden produces what it is given. The thought rose gently, as though it had always been there, waiting only to be noticed. Water, light, time, care. He knew these things. He had studied them, understood them, followed their patterns across seasons and soil. And yet, his gaze returned once more to the window, to the dim and waiting earth below. He couldn't remember the last time he had gone down to it. Not to pass through, not to cross from one place to another, but to remain, to touch the soil, to notice what had taken root and what hadn't. The memory didn't come, not because it was hidden, but because there was nothing there to find. The garden had been present, always, and he had allowed it to remain so, untended, unasked, unchanged, not through carelessness, but through absence, and through the quiet and steady turning of his attention elsewhere, toward pages that held their meaning still, toward thoughts that could be followed and completed. The garden had asked nothing of him, and so he had given it nothing in return. The realization did not settle heavily. It did not bring regret or urgency or even a clear sense of loss, only small and quiet understanding, like a door, once unseen, now gently outlined in the light. He rose, not quickly, not with a decision fully formed, but with a soft and unfamiliar intention. He crossed the room, his steps light against the worn floor, and came to stand beside the window. The glass held the last of the evening's color, faint now, nearly gone. Beyond, the garden rested, still, waiting, not empty, never empty, but open, as though it had not finished becoming what it might be. The student didn't speak. He didn't know yet what he would do, but he remained there looking out, not as one who observes from a distance, but as one who has, at last, begun to notice. And in the quiet space between the fading day and the coming night, the garden held its place, patient, unhurried, as if in its own gentle way it had always been ready. In the old oak at the edge of the garden, where the branches curved outward like open hands, The nightingale had been awake long before the light began to fade. She didn't measure her hours as others did. She didn't count them in tasks or mark them by pages turned or candles burned low. Her time moved differently, woven of song and silence, of listening and answering, of the subtle and ever-changing rhythms of the world around her. She knew the garden, not as something separate from herself, but as something she belonged to. She knew where the ground held its warmth longest in the evening, where the breeze lingered before moving on, and where the smallest buds formed, unseen, before they dared to open. And she knew, too, where something had not yet begun. That evening, as the last light softened and the garden settled into its quiet, she felt it again. A stillness, not empty, but waiting. She remained where she was, her small weight resting easily among the leaves. The oak held her without effort, its branches steady, familiar, unchanged through the many seasons. Below, the garden lay dim and patient. Above, the window, a small square of light set into the stone. She had noticed it before, though she had never needed to wonder about it. It was simply part of the garden's rhythm, sometimes dark, sometimes glowing late into the night. But tonight, there was something more. Not a sound she could hear, not a movement she could see, but a presence, a pause. The nightingale grew still. The breeze moved softly through the garden, brushing along the hedges, stirring the leaves just enough to remind them that they were alive. It passed through the branches where she rested, cool now with the coming night. And then, gently, it lifted, upward, toward the window. She followed it, not with her wings, but with her attention. There, faint, uncertain, but real. It wasn't a song, not yet, but it wasn't silence either. It was something in between, like the first quiet stirring beneath the soil before anything has risen to meet the light. And as she listened, truly listened, the faint and the forming thread began, slowly, to gather its shape. Not as a mind that might hold a thing, but as a feeling that carried it with a kind of color, deep and living, warm against the cool of the night. She didn't see it as one flower. She felt it as something remembered by the earth itself. A bloom not yet opened, but already known. Red. The nightingale grew still, not in surprise, but in recognition. The quiet beginning she had sensed was not without form after all. It had already chosen its shape. A rose. Not yet grown, not yet given, but gently, waiting to be brought into being. She didn't mistake it for something greater than it was. She didn't call it love, didn't shape it into a finished song. She knew better. She knew that what grows slowly must be met gently, that what begins quietly must be heard in the quiet. So she didn't move. She didn't rush toward it. She remained where she was, her small body settled into the curve of the branch, her awareness resting lightly upon the faint and forming thread. Below, the garden held its stillness. Above, the window continued to glow, steady and warm against the deepening blue of the sky. Nothing had changed, and yet something had. The nightingale let her wings settle close against her, holding the last warmth of the day as the air cooled around her. The leaves above her gave a soft passing rustle, then stilled again. She listened, not for a sound, but for what might follow, because she understood, in the quiet way that doesn't need words, that when something begins, no matter how small, it's not meant to be left entirely alone. And so she kept her place in the oak, not claiming, not calling, not yet singing, only listening. And as the first true notes of the night settled gently over the garden and the world in its soft and patient rhythm, she waited. The night had settled fully now. The last traces of evening had softened into a deep and gentle blue, and the garden lay beneath it, quiet and unhurried. The air had cooled, carrying with it the faint, clean scent of earth and leaf and something older, something that had been resting long before the day began. In the oak, the nightingale stirred. Not suddenly, not with urgency, but with a small uncertain knowing that the moment she had been listening for had begun to take its next step. The thread she had felt remained with her, faint and unfinished, and now no longer without shape. She did not see it as a thing in the light, but she felt it. A warmth, a quiet color held within the darkness, deep, living, red. It didn't call loudly. It didn't demand to be followed. And yet it remained, steady and waiting. The nightingale opened her wings. The movement was light, almost soundless, the feathers catching the cool air as though they had been waiting for it. For a breath, she remained where she was, feeling the night, the stillness, the soft and steady presence of the garden beneath her. Then she lifted. It wasn't a hurried flight. She moved as the night itself moved, quietly, without breaking the calm that held the world in place. The branches of the oak gave way easily, and she passed between them. The air received her without resistance. Below, the garden waited. She followed the faint and steady pull of that quiet thread, not as one follows a path clearly marked, but as one listens for something just beneath the surface, allowing it to guide without forcing its direction. It led her first to the nearest of the rose trees. There, pale blossoms rested beneath the leaves like small pieces of moonlight. Even in the dimness, they held their color. Soft, white, and gently luminous, as though they had gathered what little light remained and had chosen to keep it. The nightingale settled upon a branch. The tree did not startle, and it didn't question her presence. It simply received her. For a moment, nothing was said. The leaves gave a quiet rustle as the breeze passed through them, then stilled again. The blossoms remained where they were, their petals curved inward slightly, holding their shape against the cooling air. The nightingale listened, and after a time, not long, but not immediate, the tree answered. Not in words, as a student might understand them, but in a way that was just as clear. "You have come." The nightingale bowed her head slightly. "I have." Her voice was soft, shaped by the same quiet that held the garden in place. "There is something that has begun," she said, "and it has not yet found its form. I have come to ask if you might give what is needed." The leaves stirred once more, a thoughtful and passing moment. The blossoms didn't change. They remained pale, unwarmed by any deeper color. "I cannot give what you ask," the tree answered. There was no refusal in it, no hardness, only truth. The nightingale did not turn away. "Why?" she asked gently. Again, the quiet movement passed through the tree, like a breath drawn and released. "Because what you ask has not been made here," it said. The nightingale remained still, her awareness open. The tree continued, its voice slow and patient, as though it spoke from something older than time itself. "The ground has not been turned," it said. "The roots have not been tended. The thirst has not been answered." Each truth settled softly into the night. "I have grown what I was given," the tree said. "And what I was given was light and time, and a quiet place to remain." The pale blossoms shifted faintly, their white petals catching what little glow remained from the distant sky. "I have given what I could," it said. "And so, I am as you see me." white, still, complete in its own way. The nightingale's wings settled close against her side as she took in the quiet truth of it. She didn't argue. She didn't ask the tree to become something it wasn't. She knew better. For she, too, knew the language of growing things. Nothing blooms where nothing is tended. The understanding moved through her gently, not as a conclusion, but as something remembered. She lowered her head slightly. "You have given what you could," she said. The tree didn't answer. It didn't need to. For a moment they remained together in the quiet, the bird and the tree, held within the same still night. Then slowly, the nightingale lifted her wings. The branch released her, without resistance. The pale blossoms remained where they were, soft and luminous in the dark, unchanged and untroubled. She didn't feel disappointment, only clarity. The thread she followed had not ended. It had simply continued. She rose once more in the night, her movement as gentle as before, guided now not by uncertainty, but by a quiet and growing understanding. Below her, the garden remained, still, waiting, and somewhere beyond the pale and patient branches of the white rose, the deeper color she had felt, still waited to be found. The nightingale moved on, not quickly, not as one in search of something lost, but as one who follows a path that is slowly revealing itself, step by step, without needing to be seen all at once. The garden lay quiet beneath her. The air had deepened, the soft blue of evening settling into the dark and more restful tone. The earth below held its warmth still, though the edges of night had begun to gather in the spaces between the leaves and stone. She carried her thread with her, faint, steady, unfinished, and within it, that quiet and living color, red. It didn't guide her as a line drawn clearly before her. It didn't pull, it didn't press, simply remained. And so she followed, not by direction, but by listening. It led her farther across the garden, beyond the pale and patient branches of the white rose, toward a place where the air felt slightly different, warmer, though the night had grown cooler. There, beside a low and weathered sundial, stood another tree. Its blossoms were not pale. They held a deeper tone, golden, softly luminous, even in the dimness, as though they had gathered the memory of sunlight and chosen not to let it go. The nightingale settled upon one of its branches. The leaves shifted gently beneath her, then stilled. The blossoms gave off a faint warmth, not heat, but a lingering presence, like the last light of afternoon resting quietly upon the world. For a moment, nothing was said. The nightingale listened, and the tree, in its own time, answered. "You have come." The nightingale bowed her head. "I have." Her voice was no louder than before, shaped by the same quiet that held the garden in place. "There is something that has begun," she said, "and it's seeking its form. I have come to ask if you might give what is needed." The golden blossoms faintly stirred, their petals shifting as though remembering something far away. "I cannot give you what you seek," the tree replied. Again, there was no refusal, no sharpness, only truth, spoken gently. The nightingale remained. "Why?" she asked. The tree seemed to draw upon something deeper, its knowing moving slowly upward through root and branch. "Because what you ask has not been awakened here," it said. The nightingale listened, her small form still against the branch. The tree continued, its voice carrying a warmth that did not fade, even in the cool of night. "The ground has known light," it said. "The days have passed in their turning. The warmth has been present." Each word settled softly into the air. "But warmth alone does not tend." The blossoms shifted, their golden color deepening as though touched by something unseen. To know the sun is not the same as to remain with what grows beneath it, the tree said. The nightingale felt the truth of it, not as something new, but as something that had always been quietly understood. The roots have felt the passing of days, the tree continued, but they have not been met. The soil has held its place, but it has not been asked what it needs. The warmth was there, but it had not been given. I have grown what I was given, the tree said, and what I was given was light and time and the memory of warmth. The blossoms glowed slowly in the night. I have given what I could, it said, and so I am as you see me. Golden, gentle, complete in its own way, the nightingale's wings settled closer to her as she received the quiet truth. She didn't question it. She didn't ask for more. She knew, as she had before, that nothing could be drawn from a place where it had not first been given. To know is not the same as to care. The understanding moved through her softly, like the passing of the breeze through the leaves. She lowered her head once more. You have given what you could, she said. The tree didn't answer. It didn't need to. For a moment they remained together in the quiet, the bird and the tree, held within the same gentle night. Then, slowly, the nightingale opened her wings. The branch released her without resistance. The golden blossoms remained, warm in their stillness, holding the memory of sunlight within the dark. She rose again. The thread remained with her, faint, steady, calling her onward, not with urgency, but with quiet certainty. Below her, the garden continued to rest, and somewhere beyond the warmth of the golden tree, beyond what had been known and what had been remembered, something deeper still waited to be found. The nightingale moved on. The garden had grown deeper now, the night settling fully into the stillness. The air was softer and cooler, and the spaces between things, the branches, the stones, the quiet stretches of earth, seemed to widen as though the world itself had slowed. She carried the thread with her, faint, steady, unfinished, and within it, the quiet and living color, red. She followed as she had before, not by sight or by direction, but by listening. It led her nearer now, closer to the stone wall, closer to the place where the light from the high window rested faintly against the garden below. There, beneath that window, she found it. A smaller tree. Not pale, not golden, but dark in its outline, its branches drawn inward and slightly bent, as though shaped by the seasons that had passed without gentleness. It didn't stand in fullness nor in symmetry. It leaned, quietly and enduring. The nightingale came to rest upon one of its branches. The bark beneath her feet was rougher here, less smoothed by time. The leaves were fewer, their shape uneven, their edges touched by something that had once been cold. For a moment, nothing was said. The garden held its breath. And then the tree spoke. You have come. Its voice was not weaker than the others, but it carried something different. Not absence, not warmth, but endurance. I have, the nightingale answered softly. She did not hurry her words. There is something that has begun, she said, and it seeks to take form, and I have come to ask if you might give what is needed. The tree didn't answer at once. A quiet passed through it, not hesitation, but a kind of remembering, as though it held within it the traces of many seasons, layered, one upon another. At last it spoke. I
can give you what you seek."
The nightingale grew still, not in surprise, but in recognition. The thread she had followed had led her here, and here it had found its answer.
"But not as you wish it might," the tree continued.
The nightingale listened. The bark beneath her held steady. The branch didn't move. "Why?" she asked. The tree's knowing moved slowly, rising from root to branch, from branch to the place where she rested.
"Because what has been given here has not been gentle," it said.
The nightingale remained still.
"The ground has known cold,"
the tree said.
"The seasons have passed without shelter. The roots have held on without tending."
Each word settled into the night, not as complaint, but as truth.
"I have grown," it said, "but not in fullness. I have endured where I might have flourished."
The nightingale felt the shape of it. Not broken, not empty, but marked, as though the life within the tree had been asked to continue without ever being fully met. "And yet," said softly, "you can give what is needed?" The tree did not turn away from the question.
"I can,"
it answered. The quiet deepened. The nightingale waited. The tree continued, its voice steady, though what it carried now was something more.
"To bring forth what you seek," it said, "something must be given that has not yet been given."
The nightingale didn't move. The thread within her, faint, steady, red, remained. "What must be given?" she asked. The leaves stirred faintly, not from the breeze, but from something within it, the tree itself.
"A warmth that does not pass with the day," it said. "A song that is not only sung, but lived. A life given into the growing."
The nightingale grew quiet. She understood, not all at once, not in words, but in the same way she had always understood the turning of things, the opening of a bud, the forming of a note before it was ever heard.
"This is not something the garden has been given," the tree said.
"No," the nightingale answered. The truth of it rested gently between them. The student had not tended. The garden had not received. And so, what was needed could not rise on its own. The tree remained steady beneath her.
"I can bring forth the rose," it said, "but it cannot be drawn from what is already here."
The nightingale felt the quiet weight of that knowing, not heavy, but real.
"What is needed," the tree said, "must come from beyond what has been."
The night deepened around them. The quiet window above remained softly lit, its glow resting faintly against the stone and the earth below. For a moment, nothing moved, nothing pressed, nothing demanded. The nightingale didn't answer, not yet, but she remained, listening, understanding in the quiet way that did not require words, that the thread that she had followed had led her not only to a place, but to a choice. And in the stillness beneath the window, where the garden met the stone and the night held everything gently in place, the world waited. Not with urgency, but with quiet and patient knowing, as if it too understood what might be asked next. The nightingale drew in a breath. It was not a sharp breath, only a quiet one, held with care. Then she began to sing. The sound entered the night softly, steady and unbroken, settling into the branch beneath her feet. And as she sang, she saw it clearly now. There, Along the darkened wood, a single thorn, small, sharp, waiting. She didn't hesitate. She moved closer, and gently, with full knowing, she pressed her breast against it. The thorn pierced her. Not suddenly and not violently, but surely, finding its place. The nightingale did not pull away. Her song did not falter. She remained where she was, her voice steady, her body held against the thorn as it rested within her. And as she sang, her life began to flow. Slowly, warmly, from her heart into the tree. The branch beneath her seemed to awaken. The still wood softened. The quiet places within it, long untouched, began to receive what it had never been given. The red that she had felt from the beginning deepened now, no longer only a presence, but a becoming. The nightingale continued her song. Each note carried what she gave. Each breath offered a little more. She didn't struggle. She didn't resist. She gave as the song moved through her, steadily, completely. The thorn remained, the tree received, and the rose, though still unseen, began to form. The nightingale's voice grew softer, not weaker, but quieter, as though the song no longer needed to reach outward, but had already found where it belonged. Her wings stilled. Her small body rested now against the branch, and still she sang, until at last the song came to its natural end, not cut short, not taken, but completed. The nightingale grew still. The thorn no longer needed to hold her. What had been given had already become, and in the quiet that followed, deep within the branch, a single rose, rich and red, began to bloom. Morning unfolded gently over the garden. Light gathered first along the edges of the stone, then slipped quietly across the earth, touching leaf and branch with a soft and patient warmth. The air carried the cool memory of night, not yet gone, only easing into something lighter. In the high room, the student woke. Awareness returned slowly. The stillness of the walls, the faint glow at the window, the sense that something had shifted, though he could not yet name it. He sat up and looked toward the garden, and there, something held the light. A single rose, red. Its color rested deep within the petals, not bright, not sharp, but certain, like something that had taken its time becoming. He stood and made his way down. The garden received him quietly. The earth beneath his feet felt different now, not changed in form, but in presence. The air moved softly through the branches, carrying with it the faint scent of something newly opened. He walked toward the rose. Each step slowed him, not from hesitation, but from a growing awareness that this moment asked something different of him. When he reached it, he stopped. The rose stood as it was, open, steady, complete. For a moment, he simply looked. Then he knelt, his hand lifted toward it, and paused. The morning held stillness around him. A breeze passed lightly through the branches above, moving through the twisted tree, brushing along its leaves with a soft and passing sound. And with it, something settled. Not a voice, not a word, but a knowing. What is given in life must be met with life. The student didn't startle. He didn't turn. The garden remained unchanged, and yet the thought stayed with him, quiet and steady, as though it had risen from somewhere he had not yet learned to hear. His hand lowered slightly. He looked again at the rose. and the way it remained where it had grown, and the way it did not reach to be taken, and the way it belonged to the branch, to the garden, to the quiet place that had allowed it to become. Something in him understood. Not fully, not all at once, but enough. He let his hand fall. The rose remained. He stayed there a moment longer, the stillness no longer empty, but filled with something he had not known how to notice before. Then he rose and turned away. He found her where the day had already begun to gather, among others, where voices moved lightly and the world carried on as it always had. She turned when he approached. For a moment, neither of them spoke. "There is a rose in the garden," he said. His voice was quiet but clear. "And it's just opened. I thought you might like to see it." "Oh, it sounds very beautiful," she said. And she meant it. For a moment, her expression softened, as though she could almost picture it, the quiet of the garden, the way the light might rest on something newly opened. "I wish I could," she added gently. "I've promised to meet someone already." There was no dismissal in it, only the easy, familiar movement of a day already in motion, one thing leading quietly into the next. The moment passed, as lightly as it had come. He nodded once, then he turned and made his way back. The garden was as he had left it, quiet, open, waiting. He returned to the rose. It hadn't changed, and neither now had his seeing. He did not reach for it again. Instead, he knelt beside it, his hand moving not to take, but to touch the soil at its base. The earth was cool, soft, real in a way he had not known how to notice before. He remained there for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began. Not with certainty, not with knowledge fully formed, but with attention. He cleared a small space where the ground had hardened. He loosened the soil where it had held too tightly. He brought water, carefully, letting it sink in rather than run past. Nothing he did was hurried. Nothing was forced. It was small work, quiet work, and yet it felt different, as though something had shifted not in the garden alone, but in the way he met it. Above him, the branches of the twisted tree stirred softly. Among them, the nightingale rested, still, unmoving, and yet nothing about her felt absent. The air held something of her still, not in sound but in presence. The tree held it, the rose held it. The garden, now gently tended, began to hold it too. The student didn't look up, but something in him seemed to understand that what he had been given had not been meant to be taken away. It had been meant to remain, to be met, to be cared for. And in that quiet place, where the morning continued to unfold and the work had only just begun, something lasting settled into the world. Not grand, not spoken, but steady, like a song that no longer needed to be heard, because it had already become part of everything it had touched. And now, the garden grows quiet once more. The branches settle into stillness, and the last light of day fades softly beyond the stone walls. In the quiet of the evening, the earth rests, holding what has been given, keeping what has begun. Somewhere nearby, a young student moves, more slowly now, his thoughts no longer racing ahead, but returning gently to what was right in front of him. A rose left where it grows, a moment that was asked not to be taken, but to be understood, and the quiet beginning of something new, taking root in the soil. Beyond him, the garden rests in silence. The leaves are still, the roots are deep, and something unseen continues its patient work. Not everything must be understood all at once. Not everything is meant to be gathered and carried away. Some things are meant to remain and to be returned to again and again until slowly we learn how to care for them. And even when you leave it, the garden will remain quiet, patient, and gently growing. For now, the air is soft, the night is calm, and everything is at rest. So let the quiet of the garden settle gently around you. Let its stillness carry your thoughts far away, and allow the story to rest here for tonight. Sleep now. You are safe. You are loved. And you've been listening to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, created by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle and your sleep be deep.